This is it.
Shit, it's vivid. VI, VI. My biological father, he never bothered to fix a nigga or bottle. Now I'm hitting the bottle and hoping to see tomorrow. Hoping to hit the lotto. Now I'm broken, I'm starving. I'm wondering how it started. How I get in this garbage. My soul's dirty and rotten. Pants bulging with cotton. They never gave me the options. Instead, put me in optional soul. But I ain't stopping, I stroll. But I ain't walking, I'm cold. My heart's dropping, the world is eavesdropping. I'm still hustling. The shield's rougher than most. My bills comfort they toes. They protecting they ghost. Not ready to go. They fixing up, they ready to go. It's heavy, I know. That's why a nigga ready to blow. It's vivid. Shit. I'm going. Can you see it, nigga? I know you see it, nigga. Hey, hey. That's how life goes. Hey, can you see it with me? Envision the nigga. Vision. I ain't the man that I once was. What a blunt cause, what a joint cause, because I'm finna jump cause us is not winning cause us is not upward. I'm up to early morning for bucks and stuff, but I'ma make it to raw. God, I'ma take it. It's hard for me to shake it, but lately I've been mistaken and cornered up in the basement. Breaking my people, constantly chasing these drugs. My mama's shaking, I'm aching inside. Pulling shells, raising my eyes, I'm racing with time. And my flesh aging and dying, I'm blazing the pine. This the safest thing for my mind. My brother in jail, and the judge raising his time. My lady a freak, she comparing buses and dimes. I'm busting his mind 8 times to 7 guys for 6 reasons. I've been struggling since 5 before 3, 2, 1. My time's expired. I could have been a contender. I could have been a lot better. Now I see how my life goes on. You know, I see a lot of fake people. You know what I'm saying? I just sit back and I observe everything through these eyes. Shit, I'm seeing it now. Shit.
All right, and there you have it, man. Yes, 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 man. Thank y'all for pulling up. Thank y'all for being in the building, man. This is another episode of the Mr. McGee Show. As always, I am here with my beautiful, beautiful sister, my sister, your sister, our sister, Sister Cola. How you doing, Cola?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
You
Um,
chill?
yeah, I am. I'm good. I'm okay. Being at the state that we're in, we saw some progress today.
There you go.
So I'm glad about that. Um, I don't know, it's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it is, and we're gonna get into it, man. We got some beautiful topics, man. We have we have some updates. Number one, first and foremost, sis, we got some updates, I would say breaking news, but let's just say not so breaking news. But we got some updates. Definitely want to recap the weekend, recap the week. Since we ain't sat down and spoke, you and I, since last Wednesday, so we got
It's been a minute.
yeah, so we got to recap these last 6-7 days. And listen, as you come in, hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button. So I'm going to toss it over to you. My phone died, so I wasn't able to share it to a lot of my Facebook family. So the people are going to be late pulling up because I looked down and my phone was dead. So if I happen to look down, it will only be for like a minute, maybe 2 minutes until I can share it and wake the Facebook people up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I guess first and foremost, I can just ask you, like, sis, what did you think about the events that happened on over the weekend? No, let's start with the rally because everybody's talking about the marching and the protest and the destruction of the city. Let's start off with the rally, with the speakers, the big crowd, the stage. You know, at the
The rally here in Nashville.
yes, ma'am, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Let's go ahead. So, what was your thoughts on the rally? Did you see any footage and things of the rally?
Yeah, I did. I saw a peaceful rally during the day. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, you went down there. You were live. You had eyes directly on it. I was watching it from the television. But yeah, I saw a peaceful rally during the day. That was, I think, it was pretty well organized. Like I said, I watched it from TV. Um, People turned out in high numbers. I was glad to see that. I was glad to see the city support. And again, white and black people. It wasn't just black people. There were whites out there too, which is when I talk to people about the protest in the 60s, they said a major difference is the fact that there were white people in the crowd um, doing this go around. So it wasn't just a black crowd again, just black, it was a mixed crowd. So I was glad to see that. Now we have realized that a small portion of the white crowd, well,
Uh-huh.
there was a portion of the white crowd that were, some of them were belonged to groups like Antifa, and then some of them were white supremacists. So I think we've established that. Um, and those were the ones that kind of led the violence during that night, which I saw with my own eyes on television. I saw that white guy standing in front of the courthouse, lighting a fire to the busting out the window and lighting a fire to the curtain inside the courthouse. So I wasn't too pleased to see that. It kind of seemed like he was egging on everybody else, like he was kind of the one that was leading. And there was a black guy up there with him.
Yeah.
But this white guy was determined. He was determined to blaze that courthouse. I mean, I even saw the fire go out on the curtain. He got back up in the window and blazed it up again. I mean, he was determined to make it happen, to burn down the courthouse. And it kind of seemed like he was leading that. So, I mean, listen, this is what we came together.
Yeah.
We had a protest. It was, to me, like I said, I didn't see any violence during the daytime. And it seemed to be organized. I'm glad our people showed up.
Yeah.
But later on that night, and I was glad to see our white brothers and sisters out there with us, those who didn't have ulterior motives. I was glad to see them out there with us. But then toward the nighttime, here come the violence. And I'm gonna tell you this. I don't consider myself a violent individual, but I tell you what, the violence that did occur,
Uh-huh.
it opened up the eyes of a lot of politicians. It opened up the eyes of many people in the states that were saying that racism didn't exist, or that just those people who just kind of got comfortable with the way things were and with the treatment of black people.
Uh-huh.
When they saw that violence on TV, that black people were fed up, and like I said, some of it was led by whites.
Okay.
That violence, it woke people up. It did wake some people up to say that they're tired. They're tired, and this can't continue to go on. So I guess I kind of have mixed emotions about that. I hate the fact that, like I said, some of the white supremacist groups and Antifa, they kind of took advantage and manipulated our cause. But then on the other hand, the blacks who did demonstrate the violence as well, those who partook, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. I don't have to do that on my phone. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I broke a lot of that shit down, man. We know that it was provocateurs and instigators, and it was different people showing
And let me say
up.
this to that. I'm not condoning their manipulating our cause and manipulating our movement. I'm not condoning that, because they're taking advantage of a situation in which a lot of them receive benefits from. So they're taking our movement and using it for their own cause, which is pretty jacked up to me. They're hijacking our movement for their own benefit.
Yeah, that's it.
It's pretty jacked up, and we shouldn't allow it to happen.
And that's why I be saying that, sis. That's why I always try to say, man, listen, man, these allies that you speak of, we have to, you already know how I feel about that, right? I feel like black people, we have to build our own foundation first and then invite allies. And but also, once we begin to invite these allies in, they have to be vetted, thoroughly vetted, right? Because we know a lot of our black movements and black organizations were infiltrated to
Yes,
the point where they were,
all of
yeah, all of them. You're right.
all of them, every last one of them were infiltrated, and that was the demolishment of the black movements.
And that's a fact, sis. That is a fact. I am trying to. But yes, man, look, thank y'all for pulling up, man. Coming in. Hit the like button as you come in. Wipe your feet on the like button. You know how you do. I ain't gonna make you take your shoes off when you come in the house, but I just ask you to wipe your feet on the like button, man. And hit the share button. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Me and Sister Cola, we finna break it down tonight. Get into some good shit. Like I said earlier, we got some great topics tonight. So sis, let's talk about the officer. There's you know I butcher names a lot. Derek Chauvin.
There you go.
Did I get that right? Okay,
There
so
you go.
Derek
The
Chauvin.
murderer. The
Yeah.
murderer.
There
The
you go.
murderer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know
Who has
last
had multiple police complaints over the years.
yes. So I know last week I said last week we said he was charged with third degree murder.
And he was.
Yep, and he was. Give us an update on that, sis.
Okay, so now the charge has been upgraded to second degree murder. And to me, they've upgraded the charge due to the pressure of the people. So I think the people need to give themselves a hand because the people kept their foot. We kept our foot on their neck, I hate to say that, but you
I
know what I
love
mean.
it. No, I love it, man. I say I know you're
So
right. You're right. Maybe this may be the wrong time to say
yeah,
it.
this is the wrong time to use that. But we applied pressure, the marching. Listen, even the looting. Again, I don't condone thieving. I don't condone stealing because that could have been my business. You know what I mean? But it woke them up. It woke them up and it applied pressure. So the out of control protests that occurred,
Yeah.
hey, it woke them up. And guess what? It applied pressure. All that together, not just the protesting, but the blazings of the police cars and all of that stuff. It woke them up. It caught their attention. It let them know that we mad. We mad and we tired of this. 400 years of the same of oppression. We're tired and we mad. Listen, how many times you go sit down and ask and try to talk and try to march about? How long you go do that? This right here caught attention. This right here, they are now they're protesting in Australia. They're protesting all over the country, not just in the United States, but in many different countries on the behalf of Mr. George.
That's a fact.
And it's because they saw the outrage. What people saw here was emotional outrage. That's what they saw, and that's what was demonstrated. And so, because of that, because of the marching and because of the outrage, and they saw how people were fed up, I believe that's what that type of pressure is what made them up that degree charge from third degree to second degree.
I got you. I
And
got
it, and it, and it, and listen, this is the first time that I've known in my history that this has ever happened.
you. Okay.
And so to me, the only thing that we can do,
My bad.
and,
Sis. Go ahead.
and so for me, I attribute that to how we have how we have demonstrated violent and non-violent. It woke them up. It caught somebody's attention.
Okay. That's
And
dope.
so they have upgraded the charge to a second degree murder charge. And also the other 3 police officers that were involved,
Okay.
Thomas Lane, Tao Thio, and J. Alexander Kunge, Kueng. I don't know how to pronounce that. They've been arrested. They've been charged as well, and they've been charged with aiding and abetting second degree murder.
Okay.
Listen, they've been charged with those 3, aiding and abetting second degree murder, and aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter. 2 charges.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
3 police officers have been charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder.
I'm gonna ask.
And
Oh, go
hold
ahead.
on, and aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter. Now, let me tell you something. These 3 police officers weren't even arrested last week. But because of the pressure of the pressure applied by the people, because we got it out in the streets and we marched and we protested and things popped off the way that they popped off, these guys have been arrested and they have been charged. When last week, it looked like to me they had gotten off because they were still roaming the streets freely.
Yeah.
So that, to me, the difference between last week and this week, it just shows how when we are involved and when we operate in strong numbers and when we don't sit down and when we continue to fight, we can make things happen. We can make things happen. We can make change. Power to the people.
There you
We
go.
can make things change. We can make things happen.
There you go. So I'm gonna I don't know, it's a lot to get to because you said a Quang and a Tayo, and so like some of these officers were Asian, right?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, these are Asian names. And then when I looked them up,
Uh-huh.
I think that one is maybe, you know what, I'm not gonna say that, but definitely I was gonna say Laos, but that's still Asian.
Laotian.
That's
Laotian.
still, yeah, Laotian. That's still
Yeah.
Asian descent.
Yeah.
But yeah, Asian. When I look at the names and then I look at the, genetics of their physical profile, yeah, they look Asian.
All right, so I want to get into this. So we know last week, like I previously said, last week he was charged with third degree murder. They upgraded it to a second degree murder.
Yep.
Like, what is the difference? Is he facing more time? Is it more harsh? What is the difference between third degree and second degree?
Well, listen, I am no lawyer, but from what I have researched
Okay.
and what I have listened to on news outlets, so I've put them together and taken what I've listened to on news outlets, and I've also done my research based on what the news outlets were saying, and they do line up. And second degree murder can be an intentional killing, but it is not as serious as first degree murder. All right, second degree murder. Huh?
First degree is premeditated, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the main difference.
Yeah.
Second degree murder can be charged when a defendant intentionally kills another human being, but the murder is not what you just said, premeditated.
There we go. There, yeah. Yeah.
And so
that's
the main. I mean, there's other differences and there's examples, but that is the main difference. It is not a premeditated murder. Now, for second degree murder, the maximum penalty is up to 40 years in prison.
Sorry, I had a text message. Say that again. What is that?
I said for second degree murder, the maximum penalty is up to 40 years in prison.
That's the max.
That's the max for second degree
It didn't
murder.
say the minimum do it.
No.
And the reason I have to ask that, right? Because we know this
I mean, that is a good question, though. Because
we know this judicial system normally gives the police officers the minimum. So, and I'll look that up. You know what I'm saying? A little later in the night while we're talking, and you guys ain't paying me any attention, I can look that up. But yeah, I do want to find out, like, what's the minimum sentence? Because we know. All right, I want to ask you this then.
Let me go over third degree so that people can get an understanding of where we once were, where he was, and what they were hoping that we accepted to where he is now, so that they could see the difference. So for third degree murder, this murder is not based on having the intent to kill. Third degree murder is often charged as a deprived heart or mind crime. The charge can arise when a person fires a gun in a crowd without intending to kill anyone, Um, Murder is charged when a person is killed and the defendant has an indifference to the sanctity of human life. This charge may also result if a person sells bad drugs. Can you imagine that? This is being equated to a person so passing due to the sale of bad drugs. Okay, and the maximum penalty for murder is up to 25 years in prison.
And that's third degree.
That's third degree.
Okay.
It is not based on having the intent to kill. And yeah.
So shout out to everybody who's pulling up right now, man. Look, hit the like button, hit the share button. Shout out, brother Antonio Sales. Shout out to Sister Camila Jackson. Sister Camila Jackson said those white looters should get credit for that charge of second degree. Explain that, sis. Explain that to me. Why should the looters get that charge? I want to explain that. Okay, but she brings up something that's dope.
Hey, what you say?
Huh?
I'm listening.
Oh, she brought up a dope point. What's your thoughts on looters? No matter the color. What's your thoughts on looters?
I think the looter should be charged. I mean, look at him.
Because you know I don't deal with police. You know I don't deal with police like that anyway. But go ahead, sis. I'm listening.
Well, okay. Listen. If it was my business, I'm gonna want something. I had a business, and I'm gonna tell you. Okay, let me give you a story. We used to have a beauty supply store on Joe Johnston. It was one of the first Black beauty supply stores in Nashville, early 2000s, before Roots on Gallatin Road.
Oh yeah, Joe. What are we talking about?
Early, way before Roots. Okay, and so people. Okay, anyway, found out particular person was coming in our store, stealing the hair products and the hair and taking it over to the projects and selling it. Okay, so we was losing money, right? And so because of this, so they were selling it. They were selling hot hair, and because of that and how it affected us, I stopped buying. Remember they used to do hot CDs, hot tapes, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I stopped buying that stuff. I stopped buying from boosters because somebody was boosting from my store, and I saw how it affected me. So I stopped buying from boosters. Okay, so with that being said, I had a business myself, and if someone busted out my windows and looted and took my stuff, I can't say, well, this is just a part of the protest.
How come
I'm gonna want somebody charged?
But how come you can't? That's what insurance is for, sis.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna want somebody charged. I'm sorry. I mean, you don't like my answer, but it's honest. I'm gonna want somebody charged because that doesn't have to be a part of the protest. It doesn't have to be a part. It doesn't have to be a part of it.
No, it don't. But then
go burn up the police precinct like they did. Go do something like that. I mean, don't affect people on a personal level. I mean, that could be, listen, we're talking about Black power. We're fighting because Black lives matter. I mean, just because you're fighting for Black Lives Matter. So why would you want to tear down a Black business? You don't know who owns that business.
I hear you, sis. I don't know, man.
With it. I think they should be charged. I don't think they should be charged. And let me tell you something. When that's what insurance is for. But when you call an insurance company and you use them, they're subject to drop you. And then if they don't drop you, your insurance is certainly going to go up. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. When
you use anything happens like that, and you have to call your insurance company, and even that's messed up because you pay insurance monthly, but they're subject to drop you after they give you your check, or your insurance is subject to go up. So I mean, you're still taking the bullet.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. If I'm honest, I didn't know that. I know that you got insurance. Your property and your product should be insured once you have insurance on your business.
But when it is, even though it's insured, it's subject to go up, or you subject to be dropped.
Well, if you get dropped, you can find another insurance company. We ain't gonna do that because a protest, your shit getting damaged in the protest is a once in a lifetime event, like a tornado. right?
I don't agree with it. It doesn't have to be a part of the looting and protest. It doesn't have to be a part of the protest. If you want to listen, why attack people's personal business? I'm all for protesting. Okay, I'm all for protesting. I'm all for expressing however you want to express, but don't affect somebody on a personal level.
I say this, man. I think it's a lot of angry people and a lot of young people, a lot of angry young people, right?
Right.
And like I said, I think I said this last week. Like, we know who we're angry at, but it's no way that we're going to take our anger. I ain't gonna say it's no way, but we are afraid to take our anger out on them. So anything else besides what we should be directing our anger, we're going to direct that anger in other places. And if your business gets caught in the crossfire, then hey, so be it. Like, you should,
Oh, big.
as a business owner, you should go tell the cops to stop killing people. If you get
Wait
down
a
to the root
minute.
of it,
Wait, are you
think about it. When you
serious?
think about it though, sis. If he never puts his knee on this brother's
Oh
neck,
my
listen,
God.
sis, listen to me.
No.
If Chauvin never puts his knee on George's neck, then your business never gets looted. It,
Why not direct your anger to the people that you are angry at,
because
not
you're
to
outgunned.
innocent
You
people?
are outgunned,
Okay,
sis.
well, not to innocent people, not to innocent people. So you're telling me that it's okay to destroy your own community because you mad?
Oh, that's a deeper conversation, sis. Because I really want to know, is this our community? If we're gonna go there, then I'm gonna say, is this really
Okay,
our
let's okay,
community?
okay. So all the beauty shops and barber shops that are on Jefferson Street, Citizens Bank that's on Jefferson Street.
Mhm.
Let's talk all the black owned restaurants on Jefferson Street. Imagine if we took the march from downtown to Jefferson Street, all the churches on Jefferson Street, and mosque on Jefferson Street, and motorcycle clubs on Jefferson Street. We just go down
We're
in
not
our
going
public
down Jefferson
library,
Street.
our public library on Jefferson Street. We got our park on Jefferson Street. We just go down there and start set Hatley Park grass on fire in the little stadium in the center of the park. Burn down the community center. Burn down the what's that where they do the
All of
free
that is
meal.
insurance. All of that is insurance, sis. You burn down that
No,
community. Listen to me. Listen to me,
no.
sis, for real. Hold on. Just hear me out. You burn that down.
What?
You burn down that one-story community center. The insurance paid for them to build that shit to a three-story community center. That's what you paying insurance for.
Oh no. What if some people don't have insurance?
Those people have it, man. That's a
Some of
lesson
those beauty
learned, right?
salons and barbershops probably don't have it.
All right, well, let me say this then. Since I'm happy we got here, because this is something I want to make sure I say. Listen, black people. When you everyone, like we always say, start black businesses, right? Work for yourself, start your own business. We need an economic base. We need all of that. This is a lesson learned, though, family. When you start your business, do it right. I can tell you from experience. My restaurant is not open right now because I didn't do the business part, the foundation. That foundation that I speak about, I didn't do that. I built half of the foundation, and then I started building the first floor. I started bringing in fancy ceiling fans to build the first floor, and it was always on a weak foundation. So insurance is part of that foundation, and I love that we got here, sis, because listen to me. I'm speaking to all my black people. Make sure you don't do, excuse my French, but make sure you're not doing nigga business. Make sure when you open your shit, make sure you're not doing nigga business. Make sure you are able to compete with these big businesses that's all around you.
It's true. You
Model your small business after one of the big corporations that you spend your money with and you support. Because I had a restaurant with no insurance, and I'm sitting here saying that shit. I would have been a little upset with the looters, right? If my shit would have got burnt to the ground, I would have been devastated. But I know I still have to sympathize with the looters because I know these are young people.
no,
This is young
no.
people with anger and energy, and we don't know where to direct it at. So I'm
And
never going to get mad at the looters for burning shit down? Go ahead, sis.
That's because it hadn't personally happened to you. Now, when you done work 2 and 3 jobs to save up your money, to equip your business, to buy product for your business, to rent the building, to even get insurance, when you have spent, and then on top of that, while you've paid for your equipment, while you've paid for products or whatever it is that you are selling, okay, so you've equipped it with all the equipment needed. Now you have product. Now you have rent. Now you have utilities. Now you have advertisement, and you have to pay for your insurance. Yes, get your insurance, but you have to pay for that. And you don't work 2 and 3 jobs for what, a year or so, trying to save up the money to open up this business and open it up properly. You telling me that you wouldn't be upset with looters looting it? And then not to mention, you still got to pay your rent at home where you live, plus your utilities at home where you live, plus you have children. I mean, come on. Listen, how is it? It is not okay for Black people to tear down Black businesses while we're fighting a fight against racism within the police sector that's attacking us. So you mean to tell me we gotta fight our Black people from trying to tear down our business doing looting, and we gotta fight white police officers too at the same time? I mean, you think about that. What do we fight for Black people for if it's okay for Black people to burn down our own businesses? I mean, come on.
I understand that in a lot of places. Let me say this though. I have to throw this sidebar in.
Listen, I'm sorry. Let me say one more thing. When we protest, okay, it's okay that we show emotion, but golly, if you want to burn up something, go burn a police car, go burn a police precinct. I mean, go do not in your own community.
Hypothetically, so let's make sure we say hypothetically. You know what I mean?
Hypothetically, yeah, because I'm not encouraging anything.
There you go.
I'm not encouraging anything. I'm really not. I'm not encouraging anything, but I understand emotion and I understand passion, but we cannot listen now. There's some of us that reside in a little bit of ignorance. Now we got to do better than that. We cannot burn down our own stuff. We can't. We just can't do that. I'm imagining now if all of Jefferson was burned down, that would be a travesty.
But you
that would be a travesty.
You rebuild it later. It's a travesty.
Rebuild later. How can you recall people's pockets like that? Talking about rebuild later. Some people took their retirement money to open up their businesses. Only a person who haven't had a business and hadn't had a travesty that happened to their business, they would not understand it.
But that's a once in a lifetime thing. So it's like my house was damaged by a tornado. You know what I mean? Like I put all this work and effort into my home, and now a once in a lifetime, a tornado came through, tore the shit up. I didn't have insurance. I had to fucking rebuild and do all the shit myself. Yes, I didn't like it. It was a struggle. It was a hassle. But now I'm good. So we are resilient people. You will figure it out. How many?
I tell you what, if somebody feel like looting is a part of protest and then they come looting my stuff, you might catch a bullet. Because I'm not gonna let you loot mine.
I hear you, sis. And for the most part, now, let me say this though. Yeah, exactly. Let me say this. Yeah, I have to say.
Because you ain't got the right.
Let me put this like revolutionist 1945 said. We wouldn't burn down Jefferson. Like we are not that stupid to where we're going to. Well, I can speak for Nashville, right? That's one thing I loved about Nashville, because when I got online and I was talking to these people from different parts of the nation and different parts of the world, they kept saying, "Hey, you guys are burning down your own communities," and I can only speak for Nashville. Nashville, that wasn't our community that was getting burnt down. That was the downtown metro area that people who look like me have been systematically removed from that area.
Right.
You remember that, sis? Growing up, it was 7, 8 black clubs downtown. They end up padlocking them bitches, calling them new places of nuisance, and putting chains and locks on the doors and forcing them people out of their area. So I do have to salute to the Nashville people because we did not tear up our own community. I don't even think that we would let. I don't even think we would loot our. We wouldn't dare loot Jefferson Street. We wouldn't dare. It has too much historical value.
Well, you know they did in the 60s.
They looted it.
Yes.
Jefferson.
Yes, and burnt it down and
Oh, you
everything.
gotta
Yes,
show me
they
this.
did.
You gotta
They
show me that.
did.
I
Talk
love
to
this
the
stuff.
my dad talks about it. He tells me about the tanks and everything that was going up and down Jefferson Street. Tanks in the projects.
But that wasn't black people looting Jefferson, was it?
Yes, it was. It was black people. At
Uh,
that time, we looted our own community. We looted and burned down our own communities.
I
We
will have to
did.
see that. I gotta
And back during that time, Jefferson was thick with black
fact.
businesses.
Fact.
Thick
Now,
with black businesses.
I get
And
that.
we tore it up. And we really didn't even recover. We recovered some, but not fully. I don't know if you remember back in the day. Remember all them old buildings that was half bricked? Do you remember that?
Uh,
Before they started doing the rebuilding.
I don't. I
So
don't
we
remember.
really didn't fully recover. And then look at Detroit City. I'm not talking about what's happened to Detroit now, but when they was rioting and looting in Detroit, Detroit did not come back.
Mm.
Detroit didn't come back.
I don't know, so I have to check that out.
They didn't come back 100%.
Okay, yeah, I will have to check that out. I know my brother, revolutionist, 1945. Man, type something in the comment. Let me know, bro, because you would know. That's one of my go-to brothers when it comes to history of this town. I had
Yeah,
the
they did.
research and history that I did showed us that we had pretty much like rallies and marches that turned violent, where it was black people versus the police. I haven't found
We
any
did.
research about
Yeah.
that.
I mean, and my dad, who tells me about it now, he was
Yes,
a part
yes,
of
yes,
it.
yes. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me read these comments. Hey, so you can see these comments I keep putting on the screen, can't you? But his house got bombed, but not by black people, Antonio. You're not
Yeah, that wasn't bombed by black people.
yeah, you're not gonna do that, Antonio. Come on, man, with your narratives, man. You're not gonna say that his house was not bombed
Yeah.
in the riot. We know Alexander Luby's house got bombed by racist white
Yeah,
supremacists.
it wasn't black
I
people.
mean, we ain't gonna do that, man. But I like that.
Thanks for
Exactly.
participating.
After Stokely, all right. Thank you, my brother, because this is the research that I read. That was TSU students fucking up cops after Carmichael came. Yes, Stokely.
Okay, but I don't listen. I just know there was rioting and looting on Jefferson Street.
But
That I know.
it wasn't like that. It was the people versus the cops, and then the cops did a lot of shooting, a
There
lot
was
of
rioting.
bullshit.
Okay.
I don't know. We got
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
We'll go back to that, man. And matter of fact, man, fuck with me. If you have any information about this history, this is for you too, Sister Carla. I am still doing my documentary
Okay.
about Jefferson Street / North Nashville from the 1950s all the way up until today. But I want to focus on the 50s and 60s. I want to focus on, like we were saying, we spoke earlier about integration, right?
Yep.
So I want to focus on the black community before integration and bring it all the way up to after integration, all the way up to now.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like when we had our own, we had to do for self. It was just us against the world, and then we begged to sit at the white man's dinner table.
You go.
And this shit changed. We
You
ain't
go.
going to West Time. That's a whole nother show that we gonna get into. Yeah, you said there you go. Okay, so Antonio said, "I'm not saying blacks bombed. I'm saying whites triggered the race riot."
Yeah.
So it's all right. Damn good. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, my brother Antonio.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, you bumped into something though. So, Sister Cola, do you think that we're on the verge of a race riot?
Possibly. It could definitely happen. But from what I'm looking at, I mean, and you know what, the supremacy, to me, the agenda of the white supremacists that was a part of that embedded themselves in our march, to me, that was maybe part of a plan, in my opinion, because I don't understand why any white supremacists would want to march and rally on the behalf of black people, because these are white supremacists. So
Yeah.
you have to sit back and wonder, what was that about? You
And
have
it's
to
the
sit back
same
and wonder,
thing
what
now.
was that about?
And it's the same thing now, right? Didn't we say it was white supremacists posing as Antifa and Black Lives Matter that was going down there brazen all this hell? And
Well, there was Antifa, and Antifa is not a white supremacist group.
no.
Not
No, I was saying this. So hold on. You're right. Let me clarify this. Antifa is not technically a white supremacist group, right? I don't know too much about them, so I don't really speak on them. But it was, I guess, that was one of the easiest groups to infiltrate, because white supremacists were going to these places, starting fires, busting windows, flipping over cars. And then when people were asking them, hey guys, who are y'all with? They were saying, we're with Antifa. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I meant by that. Like, Antifa was infiltrated by white supremacy and Black Lives Matter. It was people down there with full masks on and gloves and everything, and
they
when
were prepared,
and
and only someone with
they
all
were
that.
white supremacists spray painting Black Lives Matter after they burn up the cop car. You feel me? So we know that.
So, are we on the verge of a race war?
Yeah.
It just depends on I mean, possibly, and I that's the only reason that I have to believe. I mean, why would white supremacists be marching with us unless they were planning something?
Yeah, some bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they were planning something. Now I know Antifa, they just against Obama. I mean, not Obama. I'm sorry,
Trump.
Idiot Trump,
Yeah.
and his party. So they're taking advantage of any opportunity they can.
Okay, let me ask you this. Should black people look at Antifa as an ally?
I don't think so. I don't think they can be trusted, because anybody with that type of mentality, you see what they were doing,
Mm-hmm.
and they're willing to join any. They're taking advantage of any opportunity to do to meet their goal. They're taking advantage of any opportunity to meet their goal, and I wouldn't trust a group of people like that.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it, because they're actually using us and manipulating us. I wouldn't trust it.
And me and you speak about this all the time. I say we have to thoroughly. Number one, I think we're a long way, us as black people. I think we're a long way away from accepting allies. But once we get to the point where we can accept allies, I think they have to be thoroughly vetted, and we have to know that we're on the same page. And what's crazy about that? I think we have to do the same thing with black people.
We
Right?
do.
I'm
We do.
pro-black. You feel me?
We
I'm
do.
pro-black, and I can honestly say that I wouldn't dare try to put up the facade like what they say, every skin folk is your kinfolk. I would never
It's
do
true.
that.
Because they were part of the breakdown of the Black Panther Party too, and had a part in killing Malcolm X, and a part in killing Martin Luther King. I mean, we've always been infiltrated by our own people as well. It's hard to trust anyone, but you know I hear you when you say that we shouldn't have trust any other allies until we get ourselves together.
Yes.
Agree. I agree with that, but at the same time, I cannot forget the allies that we had during slavery. I can't forget the allies that we had during the civil rights movement. I can't forget those allies, because we had those allies. We had those allies on the freedom rides during the civil rights movement. We had those allies as Quakers when we were slaves, who helped us during the Underground Railroad. So I can't knock our good white brothers and sisters who understand that we are equal. I can't knock them, because those individuals do exist. They do.
Shout out to John Brown.
There you go. Shout out, and we need to talk about John Brown. John Brown was a diehard. He was more thug and more gangster than any black person.
Yeah, shout out to John Brown.
I mean, he was more. Listen, he called Frederick Douglass to help him do what he was planning on doing. Frederick Douglass didn't want no part of it.
He wasn't ready. He
didn't want no part of it.
He wasn't ready.
I mean, John Brown. If y'all don't know who John Brown is, y'all do y'all research. For those of you who don't like to read, just go on YouTube and look up a John Brown documentary.
There you go.
He was a thug, a white thug for black folks.
Yeah, John Brown
died in a blaze of glory for
John
us.
Brown. All right, man. Hey, look, shout out to everybody who's in here, man. Look, as you come in, hit the like button, man. Hit the like button, share button, subscribe. Facebook family, I put the YouTube link in the chat, man. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Born Rich Club Films. You know, me and Sister Carla, we do this shit every Wednesday. I actually, this is a simulcast, YouTube and Facebook simultaneously. I also do a YouTube only show once a week. I may do that tomorrow, Friday. I don't know. That shit is random whenever I feel like it. But yeah, man, make sure y'all subscribe to the YouTube page. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
There you go.
Antonio Sales. One of them ones, Media Lady Spade is in the building.
Oh, Lady Spade is thick in the building.
Yeah, that's my sister right there. Camila Jackson, Martavius. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody. Salute, man. Salute. Yes, absolutely one of them ones. John Brown wanted all of the smoke. So, all right. Revolutionist, this on the screen is a good conversation starter. We will not have a race war. It's two opposite white sides that take advantage of shit.
That's right.
We should sit back and watch them fight it out.
You know what? I thought the same thing. I agree with him. I thought the same thing. I said to myself when I was watching them March, I said, you know what, black people should just fall back. Because one particular time I saw there was a camera shot when I noticed all white men or younger white men. It was more white men at the front than there were blacks. I said, what the hell is going on? White dudes don't come out and fight on the behalf of black people. That don't happen.
Yeah.
White men do not come out and fight on the behalf of black people. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
And so, you know, there was part of Antifa and other white supremacists. And like he said, there are two groups of white people, both against one another. He's exactly right about that. And when I saw that and I noticed that in one particular clip, I said, you know what? Black people should just fall back and let them fight it out with the police.
I agree.
I mean, there was just one scenario that I thought of. Not saying that we should do that because we do need to, you know, we need to be fighting and standing for something ourselves. But he's exactly right about that.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so sis, you know, when me and you was chopping it up early, we said we definitely want to speak on the power of these rallies, protests, all of that. I want to let's really get into, I guess, what they accomplished, right? Because you said we got a W, right? You said black people got a W because of these the things that went on this weekend, right?
Yeah.
So kind of tell the people, what did we win from the actions of people this weekend?
Listen, in my opinion, okay, so Chauvin went from a 3rd-degree murder charge to a 2nd-degree murder charge. All right. So let's see, what's a third? I wanted to focus on the maximum amount of prison time, but as you said earlier, they don't. Right? Yeah, as you said earlier, they don't even normally get nowhere close. They get the minimum. So the maximum amount of time that he could face for that 3rd-degree murder charge is up to 25 years. That's for the 3rd degree, the maximum. And again, as you said, we don't know. They don't, most of the time they don't get it. I don't think they've ever gotten it, the max. But for 3rd-degree murder is up to 25 years. For second degree murder, it's up to 40 years. That is a major difference. That changes the
15
game.
years. That's 15 years, sis.
That changes the game. Hell,
Yeah,
I'd rather do 25 than 40.
that's a fact. That's a fact.
That changes the game. And the fact that they were able to up his charge within 7 days, where they doing that at? The
Yeah.
fact that they even upped it, where are they doing that at? Where have they done that at? And that only shows you the power of the people. That just shows you the power of the people. Because we went out there and fought, because people were on social media doing what they were doing, passaging messages around, because of people like you who have shows like this, because people were out in the street. And I gotta say, some violence too. It caught the attention of the powers that be. It caught the attention. You got mayors coming on TV saying that this was wrong. You have police chiefs saying that this was wrong. You have governors saying that this was wrong. You have people from other countries marching. And the only reason that people from other countries are marching is because they saw us marching. If we weren't marching, they wouldn't be marching. And so there was applied pressure too on their behalf. United States right now is held up high. People are looking. The world is looking at
There
what
you
is going
go.
on in the United States, and it's applying pressure. We are being looked at as how they're looking at us as, saying this is this how Americans treat their citizens?
Yeah.
They are looking at us. Although we're African American, we are citizens of the United States.
I give you that.
And they are looking. They're looking at us. So, pressure is being applied from all angles. You got pressure coming from the people in the street. You got pressure coming from the political parties in the government. You got pressure coming from some of the police officers. You got pressure coming from other countries who are watching this. So, all of that sparked because of the marching and the protesting that started with the people.
I hear you, sis. Hey, you bumped into something. It's perfect. It's perfect you bumped into the fact that the whole world is watching, right? Because I wanted to make sure. I definitely want to shout out the international family. You feel me? First and foremost, my closest international family is the people of the brothers and sisters in the UK. Shout out to y'all first and foremost, man. I heard the park. Whether you agree with it or not, I heard the park was doing this thing. Heard it was thousands. What was I think so? I think I heard 3,000 people in Hyde Park today. You know what I'm saying? Showing up and showing out. Salute to them. I saw a clip about New Zealand, right? Anybody get a chance? I may find a link and put it in the chat in a minute. But yeah, New Zealand showed up and showed out. France,
Australia,
like, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm gonna leave out a lot of people, but just kind of Google or YouTube international protests. You feel me? They did that shit. Dope. They did that. And I'm gonna get into this because I want to show this clip from Ghana, because Ghana showed up and showed out. But I do want to get into this, man, because a lot of these other countries, they are sick of America's bullshit. Like, America wants to be a bully and go to all of these other countries and enforce their will and fucking, hey, we want to bring democracy to your town, and we don't care
whatever they want to do.
We'll kill innocent women, children. You know what I'm saying? And we'll drone your shit, bomb your shit. We want to put military bases in the middle of your shit, and we want to stick our nose in other people's business. We say, oh shit, your country is beefing with this country, so let us step. Like America does a bunch of bullshit. So when America does stuff like this, then the international world can look at America and say, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of our country when y'all got travesties going on in your country.
Your own citizens. Your own citizens in the new world. Your own citizens are still your victims. Your own citizens, you make your victims. And America's supposed to be the new free world.
And that's a fact, sis. That's a fact. But let me play this clip. I got a clip real quick, man. I'll play a few minutes of this. Hit the like button, share button, subscribe button. Y'all know how we do it, man. We in here, me, Sister Carla. We tackling some of the tough subjects. Hey, feel free to leave your comment, man. I'll read your comment. Salute to Turok. Salute to O King O Gold. I'm doing shout outs. and I will read your comment, man. Listen, the more comments, the more better. The more people that's involved, it'll be better for all of us. What time is it? Okay, it's getting a little late, man. Listen, man, if you say drop the link in the chat, if you want to come on and have your say, we'll do that for about 5 or 10 minutes. You don't mind, right, sis?
Don't mind.
Have other people jump on. We'll make it interactive.
Let's do it.
We'll do that for 5 or 10 minutes.
Lady Spade seems like she has a lot to say.
Let me drop this link then. I'll drop the link in the chat, man. I know some of these brothers and sisters, they normally jump. I normally don't open it up on Wednesday nights, man, but I know a lot of people internationally have shit to say. You feel me? So let me drop this. Y'all click on that link. Y'all let me know if you can't click on that link. You feel me? But there's the link. Let me play this clip though. So hold on. Let me share my screen. Let's share the screen. So this is Ghana. I definitely want to show the source. The source is this is on YouTube. Diaspora Network Television. This guy that's about to speak, he is the CEO of this network of Diaspora Network Television. So you know what I'm saying, y'all subscribe to his channel. Like I said, Diaspora Network Television. This guy that's speaking is the CEO. Let's hear him out.
Jermaine Nkrumah, CEO of Diaspora Network Television, in solidarity of the protest, urged all Africans to respect their race, to command respect from other races.
I'd like to start with a line from a famous song by Peter Tosh. No matter where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're what? Africa. As long as you're a black man, you're what? Africa. Very good. On one of our platforms, we were talking about this event, and the comment somebody said was Zufiasm. Does anybody understand what Zufiasm means here? Mind your own business. Mind your own business. In other words, what is happening in America does not concern us, so we should mind our own business. My heart sank when I heard that. Why? Because let me tell you a story. When my first year in the United States, I knew of one of my co-workers from Mali, who was the daughter of a politician in Mali. She was driving very beautiful cars. She was living a life. And one look and you can tell that she was living off of her father's work. Okay? The father, a politician in Africa, was thinking only about himself and his family. Whether he made the money legitimately or he stole them like most that we know some of our politicians do. Well, he made the money and his daughter is living the life in Houston, Texas. And one day, her daughter was a victim of the same police brutality that we're talking about. So if you think you can sit here in Africa and embezzle as much money as you can for your family, your son who's driving that BMW on the streets of Munich can be a victim of the same thing that we're talking about. That's right. And so we have to put this in perspective and know that the fight belongs to everybody who has this hand. Everybody.
There you go.
And so the message that I have for you here, and I'm going to pull from one of the legendary singers of United States, our own mama, Aretha Franklin. One of her famous songs is Respect. Okay? Here we are asking for respect from everybody else to respect. The question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we respect ourselves? And so for today, I want each and every one of you here, if you truly believe in what this cause is about, if what is happening in America angers you enough, you have to first start by respecting your race. You have to start by doing what? Respect your race. Respect your race. If you don't respect your race, nobody else is going to respect that race. Because when the chips fall down, they don't know your bank account. They don't know what your status. All they're looking is this. And so if we don't start by respecting our race, we miss the point entirely. So with your permission and with the permission of the organizers, I want the mantra moving forward to be respect your race.
Don't tell them nothing.
Good
Don't
for
tell
you.
them nothing, man. You
That
can't
was
tell
a
them
good clip. That was a
nothing.
good
Yeah,
clip.
man.
All over the world, they are looking at us.
There you go, Sus. And that's
Case
what
in
I told
point.
you earlier. Like, I know the stereotypical thing is us being in America. When we say, hey, I want to go visit Africa, they say, hey, go to Ghana. People want you in Ghana. Ghana, you know what I'm saying? But that right there was like, the more that I heard Ghana, the more I was like, I don't, you know me, man. I always try to be the opposite. When everyone say do this, I always want to be rebellious and say, maybe I should do this. But after hearing that, I'm like, yo, passports need to be ready, and I need to hit Ghana. Probably hit UK on my way, man. You know what I'm saying? Pull up, holla at my fam in the
Yeah.
UK on my way to Ghana. But yeah, Ghana is it's the destination now. Until somebody tells me different. But right now, Ghana is the first on the list. And I don't know. You know, I always think about like I always think about if we can't achieve freedom here, where can we?
That's right.
Where can we? You know what I mean? So I be thinking, I don't know. Sometimes I want to give up and just be like, man, fuck this place. I'm going to move because this is what I've been saying the last week. I want to just go somewhere with the least amount of oppression, right? I know supremacy and why I know white supremacy and oppression is global. I understand that, but
Global.
I want to go to the place with the least amount of it, right? I want to go to the place where hopefully they won't put their knee on my neck until I die. You know what I'm saying? But while I'm here, I'm gonna fight.
Got to.
Shit I don't agree with. Like I think I said this last week. Like I am willing to ride with black people on any situation, long as I feel it's right morally.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It has to benefit us, not just me as
Yeah,
a single individual, but as a
yeah,
whole, as a group. It must benefit the race.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, now.
That's a fact. What's up? What's going on, Turok? Salute to you, brother
Oh,
Turok.
good evening, good night, wherever everybody is around the world. Good morning.
Yeah,
How's you doing?
man. What's going on with you, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I was just watching that clip there, and I don't know, man. For me, I'm not too convinced
Okay, explain it.
because there is like a YouTuber that is quite prevalent that was in talking about the Back to Africa. Basically, this YouTuber is from Ghana, and during the lockdown. Basically he was in a line basically because everything changed in it. Basically everybody has to quarantine or be 2 meters apart. A lot of one of the soldiers ended up beating one of these YouTubers basically because the soldier thought these people were filming, and the soldier kidnapped that person, beat up the person, looked for the person's phone, didn't find nothing. So I'm thinking, where is the actual outrage of actual black on black violence in Africa? And I know this is like a media sort of thing right now where everybody's, oh yeah, America this, America that. But I just think it's a ploy basically. I don't think these people are sincere, and they're always using our songs and saying, oh yeah, this song. Where is your songs to say, oh, we sing this song and we want you to feel this way? It's tinfoil, you know what I
Well,
mean?
well, in a lot of cases, Turok, we know that Black America. I hate to say it like this, but we move culture in a sense, right? And when I say move culture, it's like a lot of people follow Black Americans lead on music. I hate it though. I hate that we're boxed into music and sports, but America
Clothes, I
propagates
mean, style.
exactly. But America propagates us and says, "Listen, Negro, you get up here at the top because you're athletic. You can kick a ball, dribble a ball, run a ball, or you can fucking sing and dance and tap dance." And it's like but it is inspiring to hear the international people say, "Listen, we listen to this song from America." Aretha Franklin said, "Respect." RESPECT. Like it is kind of beautiful for that to rock. And I also have to say that I can't say when African people when I brought let me rephrase that. Our brothers and sisters that's on the continent, I'm never going to hate or go against them when they are feeling our our plight. When they can relate to the transgressions that's going on here and they identify me as their people, I identify them as my people, then I can't go against that, Terrell. I can't do
Yeah,
that,
but
brother.
I respect that, but at the same time, there's a lot of xenophobia that goes on in Africa. So whether you're black or this, that, and the other, you can't fool the people anymore, basically. And I feel like they're using us at our most emotional time, where I feel like our people should come together from the Americas and certain things like that, and we're gonna look for our own justice basically because we have to live here at the end of the day. Other people come to Americas because of the fight that we've put down. You understand what I'm trying to show you? These people who was talking about politicians that face racial things. You don't know if these people probably sold peoples in the past and all these types of things, and now they're only facing racial prejudice. And it just like to me, it's not sincere enough. I find.
I don't know.
I agree with some of the things that he's saying. I agree with some of the things that he's saying, but it's you know it goes both ways. I still I'm still going to acknowledge the support, and I mean call me naive, but when he's speaking, I mean he's speaking to the Guyanese, and like I said, that shows support. It shows support on our behalf, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that he can acknowledge what's going on, although they do have their. Believe me, do I know that they are having their own issues in every country on that continent
But
as far as
I did.
tribal wars are concerned still. um and the same conflicts that we face here with black and white, they face that amongst the tribes in the African
Yeah,
in other
yeah,
African countries.
yeah.
So I understand what you're saying.
And
I
to
do
be
agree with that, but
realistic,
I have to acknowledge the fact that they're acknowledging what we're going through, and he did acknowledge that we're the same skin complexion. If it's our problem, it's their problem too. You probably see it as a ploy, as you said, but I can look at that both ways. I see it from your perspective as well.
yeah, because there's a saying that I grew here, that you flew here. So when people come to America as other black people from internationally, they know that they can be safe amongst other black people, if you know what I mean, because we're a loving people towards any melanated people. And I feel like people are not giving us our own respect to know, say, yeah, we are American people at the same time, or Caribbean people, and these are our lands. And like people need to stop redirecting us off our main issues. Either join us with our fight, but like I feel like stop trying to pull us apart, basically, and say, oh, because you're black, you have to be an African now, and all of these types of things. And we know the world has developed now in a sense like that.
Okay, I
I hear
appreciate
you
that. I
too, man.
appreciate your
I
comment.
really, Tirok, we're African, man. Quit that shit, man. You come over here all the time. All the time, Tirok.
I did.
Tirok, yeah, hey, salute to the family, man. This is my brother
Well,
Tirok.
So are you saying all black people should leave America?
No, nobody's saying. Well, hold up. First of all, is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
No, that's what
No, he was
Richie was
asking
trying to
me,
say.
am I saying that?
Yeah,
I'm not
Rich.
saying all black people should leave America.
Okay.
I can't speak for all black people because black people have different ideologies on this. My
But Africans are coming
ideology
to
is,
America.
huh?
Mm-mm.
Africans are coming to America.
Absolutely. I'm not even saying Africa. I want to visit Ghana, see what it is. I also want to visit the South America and see what's going on. I want to visit places to see which place has the least amount of white supremacy. These walls of America was built on
That's
white
probably
supremacy.
gonna be China or Japan.
Well, no, they
That's
don't
good.
fuck with us either. Though.
That's what it's gonna be because it's
They
not gonna be Africa because France, I mean, those European countries still have their foot in the soil of most of those African countries. They say that they're independent, but Europe is still tied. Countries in Europe are still tied into those African countries for the
And
natural
China.
resources. And
And
China,
China.
thank you. That's right. And China.
Yeah, so you have to understand what you're getting yourself into.
Africa is being raped as we speak. It continues to be raped. Africa has been colonized too. That's why you have African countries that speak French, African countries that speak Spanish, African countries that speak English. They've been colonized as well, and they still over there. They're still over there in those countries, raping them for all the natural resources. They're still there.
Yeah, but
African countries are not independent.
yeah, but we have to be realistic. Africa or these places, what we know as Nigeria and these things, these people work on kingship. So a lot of their leaders are with these people at the same time.
That is true. But I'm just saying, you know, for any African American that is thinking about moving to Africa because they don't believe that white supremacy exists over there.
No, we know that. We know it's global. We know it's global. Like we know that was colonized long time.
It is. But can I just add something to that? I think what you got to think about is it a fair trade, the comfort and the accessibility of and the know-how of being in, you know, where you grew up, which is America, or in my case the UK, to going back to a place which is more organic, more healthy. You're probably going to have a better experience there. You're going to get better sun rays. Is it a fair trade-off at this point? You know, I mean, for some it won't be, but for the people that haven't got any sort of real sort of tied down ties, I believe that they need to sort of unbury their head and just realize that you're in the best position because you're not actually tied down by a number of things that actually are keeping you anchored to, unfortunately, a place that is, let's be honest, it doesn't seem to be getting better at any stage. You know, the environment, it seems like it's a hostile environment, zero tolerance for the police. No one really wants to live in that. So if you can, personally, and not everybody's got that, you know, that possibility though, and that comfort to actually be able to go out. So if you have, I wouldn't be sitting around. You know what I mean? That's personally what I think about the situation when it comes to. You've got to be realistic. You know, you've got to have the freedom first of all. I think the ability to move, because I think it's too much of a.
But tell me this though.
Yeah, because what they're offering is 1,515K to leave and to go back. That's not enough. I mean, obviously.
To go back to Africa.
That's correct. Yeah. So, I mean, if it was like, oh, we'll give you £1 million, go back to Africa. I mean, people will be lining up. It's going to be like zombies, like Resident Evil. So, I mean, they're offering 1,500 for me. Disrespectful. I think it's just ridiculous. Unless they're like giving you an extra boost whilst you're out there for say like his reparations, which you're not going to do anytime soon. I can imagine. But I think.
Are you a defender of slavery?
If you can get out and you're free of kids, free of any type of long-term job.
Are you a descendant of slavery?
Am I a descendant of slavery? Well. See, now it was a bit different for me because my grandma and my granddad country was destroyed, and rather than getting taken chains and irons, they actually had to pay for their own travel over here as quote unquote economic migrants. So it wasn't, I don't think, as
and another thing is
alarming.
What people have to be aware about is are Africans worried about African Americans? Or are they worried about their people that are in America?
I tell you what. Do you know what? Generally, if I can walk past a person and they can at least I can at least feel safe and not have to look around my shoulder or feel like I'm awkward. I feel like, regardless of what color that person is, even that's enough for me to feel like, you know what, I feel comfortable here. That's cool. So I'm not really going to watch where they're from. Myself, it's more to do with how the establishments operating at that time, and At this stage, it's zero tolerance, and I don't know why they're implementing it, because but the fact that they've like, for the last 10 years they've just come out of the Middle East, so their bellies are full. So it leads me to believe that this ethno-nationalism thing is really, really, really actually apparent. And are we getting led by liberals or Democrats, you know, or are we really getting led by real hardcore racists? At the end of the day, you know. And either way, I think either way we're in a losing game, like Dr. Phil Valentine mentioned. I think even betting on a horse at this stage looks like a long shot, seen as Trump's come out as a bit of a funny guy when it comes to police. You know what I mean?
Kingo, let me.
Sorry about me waffling, man. I don't want to. I do want to.
Yeah. Let me jump in. I know how you get, my brother. I know you can waffle.
I'm a bit passionate about it.
I don't have syrup. We don't have any syrup for that waffles today. Right now, Kingo. So, let me. I want to ask this question. Money. Shout out to Money, man. Money said, "Do you think these? Do you think they provoke these protests to spike the virus?" Nobody's speaking about the virus anymore, sis.
No.
I know that you really was you really said this virus is killing, because you're in the nursing field, right?
I am a nurse. Okay. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
So yes.
So you are a nurse, and you've seen bodies dropping from this virus.
Absolutely.
You saw 30,000 people descend in downtown Nashville. Did you ever did it ever cross your mind, yo, the virus is out?
Yeah, absolutely. The first time I saw it, let me see, the first night of protest, I believe I asked the question, I forgot who I asked, but I asked I said there's going to be, I had made a statement that there was going to be a spike in the coronavirus. Yep.
What's your thoughts, Kingo? Because I know you said the virus is dangerous. It's a virus out here, but then in the same breath, you support a peaceful protest. Is there any correlation between the virus and the protest, Kingo?
That's a good point. You know, the ball's in their court at the end of the day, and if they really wanted to, they could implement whatever type of deadly virus, obviously, but you know, like we say, touch wood, and no weapons formed against us shall prosper. But anyway, all that being said, whoever wants to hold that burden of karma, they could do it. But
they could do it.
It could sort of you know, me personally, I feel like this is chemical warfare. Purely down to the fact that there's been so much conflict in the data and what they're telling us. It's too conflicting. This is another one of them crazy orchestrated stories. You know, without sounding too David Icke, but yeah, you know, so.
You better stay away from David Icke. You better stay away from that man.
You know what? I've watched him for a while, but
because he will wrap you up in that reptilian theory. You better stay away from him.
My mind will turn into soup, sis. I don't know. I don't think I really want to watch it too tough, because he's quite an abrupt character. He get you in a trance quick.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yes, I think that without me being too being, you know, having too much of a paranoid thought on things, I'd say it's definitely something where they're not of. It will be another story. We haven't had enough PPE. We haven't had enough time to be able to get this many doctors. It's your lot's fault that you went out, and it would be another story of what happened in the beginning. Whereas they could deal with the amount of people. So yeah, I think that's an easy thing that it could easily happen. But you know, without me chancing around too many conspiracy theories, yeah, I think it's crazy. I wouldn't do it personally, but you know, that's how maybe desperate, dumbed down, you could say, people have got these days. I don't know if I'm
all right.
got being too harsh on these people, but I personally wouldn't be doing it. But
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Let me take this time, man. Listen, family, hit the like button, hit the share button. You know, Facebook family, subscribe to the YouTube channel, man. You feel me? YouTube people, the YouTube family. If you're watching this now on YouTube, thank you for pulling up. Shout out to Okingo Gold, to Rock, Melanated Goddess, Brother Eugene, Money. Like people are pulling up, man. Thank y'all for pulling up. Tell people that hey, we here and this is what we doing. Turok, let me ask you, Turok. I don't even know your thoughts on the coronavirus or anything, but do you think that do you think it's a correlation between the coronavirus and these protests?
To not be well, I'm not too sure. I don't think anybody, if they were feeling sick, would actually go out to protest. So maybe yes, maybe no, but yeah, for some reason is I'm not too sure with that, to be honest.
Yeah, I know it's
But
weird.
I do think this virus has been out from last year though, and it hit it really big in around the springtime to the summertime, say last year.
Oh, brother Turok, what's it? Let me just ask something. Look, I think maybe because a lot of black people are dying now, it's like why have everybody come out of the woodwork? It could be possibly coronavirus has got people a bit angry. Maybe I think that's something I had possibly. You know, that's maybe why they've taken to the streets. And it's like why didn't they before? So I think we were questioning if it was genuine and if there was actually loads of like paid actors, because that's in question. So yeah, it could be maybe there's actually genuine people out there pissed off because they're in coronavirus shutdown and their minds turned to soup and they just want to break things up. So yeah, I think that's what we were touching on. Yeah, so go if you want to carry on to a rock, but do you feel like people have just gone crazy in their rooms?
Yes and no. Like there's a lot of energy that's been stored up as well, but it's just too much of like these crimes that's been going on in America with black people or black Americans and also other people from who are melanated people basically. Like they can see there's an injustice, but it might sound a bit funny, but I feel like Barack Obama is behind this because it seems like every time when Barack Obama is around, Black American people seem to get a lot of abuse and violence. And it's like the minute this man has showed his face up again now, black people are getting violence now from the police. And plus, when he was in his last term, he never gave no police no what they call it, never put no police in prison when there was that big case going on.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I was like, why are you showing your face now? Like, get the hell out.
You better
Wait a minute. Did you say
relax?
It's deep state.
Hold on. Let me say this. You know, black people in America love them some Obama to rock you bullshit. Just talk to him, sis.
No. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. Did you just say that you believe that Obama is behind this?
Yeah, every time he shows his face.
But hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Behind what exactly?
When Obama's in power, there was loads of police brutality on black people.
Yeah, it was.
He was in power then to actually put some justice down. And
I agree. And that's why I'm disappointed with him.
So now, why the hell is he showing his face now? We do not want to see your face. You're not for reparations. You're not for the black American people and your wife's people who suffered on this land. Get the hell back into Kenya.
Okay, but you know what? I don't want to indulge in that because that is a distraction.
There you go.
That's a distraction.
He's there for Hillary, and he pretends he doesn't like Hillary. Hillary was supposed to be in court yesterday or the day before because she's up for her charges. And it's funny when Hillary's up for her charges, you see this funny face person, Obama.
But you know what? What I can say Tarak, I do agree with you, and I was pretty pissed off myself when he was president, serving 2 terms. Because in his first term, if he didn't want to address those issues, because I believe some blacks were murdered on during the first term too, he didn't do anything about it. But definitely in the second term, I mean, not in any term should any of those police officers have, gotten off. He definitely should have added something, and he was in the position to create federal law, at least attempt to, even though Congress was going against everything he was doing. He still had a position. But definitely in that second term, he should have went as hard for African American people and tried to put in place some type of federal law for police murder, police and racism and injustice. He should have went as hard for that issue because it was an issue on his watch. He should have went as hard for that issue as he went for the gays.
He's only for Arabs.
Well,
okay.
But I don't know, but I don't want to get sidetracked. But I will say I agree with you on that he should have went hard for us because he was in the position to do so.
Why would he? Why do you expect African men to come over from Africa to go hard for us? In America.
I don't want to get sidetracked on that.
Yes, Tarak, we're not doing that. We're not doing that right now, man. We're not getting into this.
How can Michelle sleep next to a man from Africa who doesn't want reparation for her own people? What's going on, America?
Yeah, we're not really good. Tarak, we're not going on African. We're not. I want to. Let me ask you this, man.
Yeah, because this is not about Obama. I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but this tonight is not about Obama.
Yes, there you go. And it's not about Tarak and his anti-African speech. Right.
So it's not about the first black president, no?
Man, listen to me.
Showing his face around the White House.
Well, Tarak, let me ask you this, man. Do you agree with protesting against police brutality? It's protest.
Was that black people? Was that black people protesting? Now, be honest.
Huh?
Yes.
Was that who organized that?
It was both, bro. I just had my
black people were out there protesting.
All right, let me tell you
me.
Tarak,
who organized this? Who organized this?
Tarak,
a black guy organized it in our city.
There we go. Thank you. A black guy organized it in our city, but let me tell you this: he organized the rally. He didn't organize the march. You have to understand the rally was specifically from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. The black guy put that together. Now, the march and all of that extra shit, those were outside influences.
And here's my thing.
Go ahead.
Why would it matter who organized the march? It does matter, okay? But the fact who organized the march, it does matter. But guess what? We marched.
Yeah, but where did this incident happen?
What do you mean where? What are you getting at?
In Minneapolis.
Yeah, but we know the demographics of Nashville. We have to be real now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speak.
Yeah, so it's very Confederate place, isn't it? One could say.
It is very Confederate, but listen, black people showed up. Do you see this picture on the screen? Black people showed up and black people marched and black people, they attended this rally. Because black people showed up, things
Is Nashville the same place where that Ku Klux Klan statue is?
We have some white supremacy statues here.
No, I think it's in a park. There's like one where people were trying to get it down for a long time. Is that in Nashville?
Yeah, that's Nashville. I mean, but that's all over the South. But Nashville is one of those places, yes.
So, what district was that one that got pulled down?
I think that was Brentwood, Williamson County, I think.
No. Let me tell you
what was it.
Let me tell you in Nashville. It was Bedford, William Bedford, or it's either William Bedford or William Forrest, because we have counties.
Where?
We have counties in Tennessee, we have Bedford County and we have Forrest County. But one of those people has a big. I pass it a lot. It's a fucking white man on a horse with a gun in the
Yeah,
Yep.
but they had
that one.
different flags around it, and they fought. Nashville fought, and they got the Confederate flag that they used to fly above the statue. They got that taken down. But yes, of course, man. We know we in the South, man. The South, America loves its murderers. Period. America loves.
America, yeah.
Yeah, so we can't just say Tennessee.
Just like we
America,
celebrate Christopher Columbus.
there
Why
we
is
go.
that still a holiday on the calendar?
Yeah, America loves its murderers. So we're never going to act like that. Like we know America.
I have to be real with you, my brothers and sisters. Yeah, like your place is very Confederate, innit?
Yes.
How did that black man become the mayor there?
No black man's been the mayor of Nashville.
Oh, they haven't.
Maybe
So
Memphis. I think Memphis mayor had a black mayor.
So who was that black man that ordered started the rally?
Oh, he wasn't the mayor. He wasn't.
He's a local.
Yeah, he's a grassroots guy who has a grassroots organization, and I know him personally. Well, it's two people. It's actually like four people who did.
Is that guy? Does that guy happen to be part of a fraternity?
No, he's a Muslim. The guy that I know is a Muslim, and Cola knows the guy that he was working with. So I can speak for the guy.
And he's not in a fraternity, not that I know of.
Yeah, I know the guy who invited me.
I'm just checking.
No, the guy who invited me personally, he's a Muslim. He actually comes on these panels to Rock. You may have spoken with him before, but yeah, shout out to brother Hamid. You feel me? I have to definitely say that.
To Rock, what is your point? I mean, if you're getting that white people
I'm not being
ran
funny.
this.
No, because there's a lot of our people that are in it's like wolves in sheep clothing. So we've got even our own that's infiltrated our thing, or they're for the establishment. Basically, that's the point I'm making. And I'll be honest, certain places like where you live, where it's so Confederate, and where you see certain black people high up doing certain things, sometimes it's been orchestrated. If you know what I mean.
Of course, but listen. In that case, then every black person that has a position in the world, it's been orchestrated because the white man runs it. Period. The white man runs the planet.
Mm-hmm.
They have their foot in everything. So you could say that any black person that has any type of power, it's been orchestrated.
No, I feel you, but it's like the most thing what we complain about as the black community is that we're not organized. You know what I mean?
Because we're not. We once upon a time we have had organizations that were very organized.
Mm.
We've had the Black Panther Party organized. We've had the Nation of Islam organized. We've had gosh, I can't think of them. It's a couple more. They were organized.
Mm. No, but the only thing is like where you got this black what they call it, Black Lives Matter movement. You have to be honest to yourself. Like a lot of people are using our struggle.
They are
cause havoc. You know what I mean? And some things, and they don't really. They're not really for our people like that, really and truly. You know what I mean? They're just there to show off on media. Yeah, I'm here. I was here on this day. Look at me.
That is true. That is true.
You know what I mean?
That's true. But I don't think that that doesn't stop us from getting our message across.
As well.
Because again, I have to go back and say, guess what? Where Chauvin was charged with third-degree murder charges, he's now being charged with second-degree murder charges. Where those other three police officers, Thomas, Tayo, Alexander, where they weren't arrested last week, they're now arrested and they're charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder, and they're charged with aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter. So us showing up and even the distractors showing up, this is the result of that.
I feel you.
Because last week, those three guys, it looked like the other three police officers, it looked like they were just going to get off.
True.
Hello?
No, yeah, that's so true. Very true.
So, I mean, you can say, we get infiltrated a lot. People, they take advantage of our rallies and take advantage of our movements and try to use them as their own, just like And I'm not against homosexuality, but they jumped on the bandwagon with the civil rights movement, although they were included as well. They were included, but yeah, they jumped on the bandwagon with that.
True. And it's
Yeah. What I feel like is when someone's trying to speak out, like for example, there's an actor in the UK, he's a black guy, and he's advocating for the ceasing of the killing of black people in America. Now he's doing the thing where it's they kill one of them over here, it's the same as like one of us over here. So in that sense, I would say that's in solidarity and trying to speak out for, trying to bring light to. So I do think there's people that could take advantage of it in some ways. I'll give you an example. When there was a fire in the UK, there was a lot of people coming and trying to get the benefits that the casualties were getting from the fire, if that makes sense. So that's where you could use that as an example, where people may not actually even be part of or even have any type of real good intent even for the community, but they'll be coming in to siphon out what they can. Yeah. So that is definitely something that's on the table, but you've got to differentiate one from the other, because at this stage, I feel like it's pretty obvious who the people who are doing that.
Yeah, but do you feel like it's really diverting what we're trying, what our focus and what our goals are? Do you feel like they're really diverting it?
I mean, not really. I feel like because the intelligence of the black think tank is so strong anyway, you don't even need anybody else. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Like, I can see what sort of relationship the black community's got with the world, and it's one of these things where it's like everybody, it's like a feasting off of the black community. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's how much money you got in your pocket.
That is true.
I think that's one of the most important things in this paradigm and this part of the world. So that's where we're heading it. But I would say at this time, I think, like I said, all the help, all the solidarity across the world. I would have liked to play something for you, brother, Born, Rich. I think it's, you may have seen it. It's this brother I was just talking about, from the UK. He's like an actor, and he's speaking out.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? You want to share your screen or what?
Yeah, it's pretty epic. I something on Worldstar Hip Hop. Yeah, I don't. I sometimes can get some good things off there. This is pretty good footage. Can I share the screen?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. It's the Worldstar Hip Hop video.
I apologize to y'all. I had a phone call. Well,
okay.
Here we go. Facebook family, hit the YouTube. Sis, I know we've went overtime.
That's okay.
I know we went overtime. If you still want to stay up and rock with us, you can.
Let's do it. I got a couple of more minutes.
And this is why I encourage all of my I was trying to actually put this in the chat. I'm about to put this in the chat. But all the Facebook family, subscribe to the YouTube channel, because this is what the YouTube channel consists of. We get a panel of people, we show videos, we share ideas, and we chop it up. And a lot of the people who jump on the panel on the YouTube channel, they're from London and just different places internationally. You feel me? So it's like we're building this bridge. You feel me? We're building this bridge from the US to the UK through social media. So
let me ask a question. To Rock, where are you? What part of the world are you
London?
In? You're in London. King Gold, where are you?
I'm here in London, sis. I mean, West London.
Okay, West London. So what's the talk and the word amongst your peers about what's going on? Are you guys having conversations about what's going on in America right now?
Well, yes, most definitely one of the topics now that would obviously due to his brother just dying, passing away. It will definitely be on everybody's lips. It's just going to filter through a bit later on here, but I know there's been a number of like this brother that's speaking now. He'd have got his information a bit early, but yeah, I mean, I think generally a lot of people, like Rich said, man. I mean, people wake up, they instantly put on American music. People grab their FUBU hat on. They might even put it backwards. They got their some FUBU tracksuit bombs. That's all sort of American type attire, So it's definitely what everybody's wearing now. That's it. Everybody's living that culture. So ultimately, all eyes are on the US. So we're gonna be hearing that sometimes before we even hear the news in our own country, and that's real. That's real, and I'd say that's for most countries really that have got any type of command over English. So you guys are more famous than you actually really know. Let's be honest. It's a lot easier for a star to go out to America from any part of the world and blow up completely. So yeah.
So, but go ahead.
You guys are talking about it.
Kingo, go ahead if you can, brother. Go ahead and get that video ready. So
yeah.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me show you a screen. My brother. We'll put it full screen.
Oh, excuse me.
You can rewind it if you need to, brother.
Yeah. And explain the basis of this protest.
So this is a brother. He's Star Wars actor John Boyega gives an emotional speech at London protests. He's obviously for George Floyd.
Okay.
And he's very emotional about the situation. It seems like it's pretty organic, and it just shows how much the families really loved it out in America. Let's just play this and see.
Okay.
Go ahead, run it.
I need you to understand how painful it is to be reminded every day that your race means nothing. And that isn't the case anymore. That is never the case anymore. We're going to try today. We are a physical representation of our support for George Floyd. We are a physical representation of our support for Sandra Bland. We are a physical representation of our support for Trayvon Martin.
Gotcha.
We are a physical representation of our support for Stephen Lawrence. For Mark Duggan.
Oh shit.
We need to take care of our black women.
I love it.
They are our future. We cannot demonize our own.
Oh, look at all those people.
Imagine this, a nation that is set up with individual families that are thriving, that are healthy, that communicate, that raise their children in love, have a better rate of becoming better human beings. Black lives have always mattered. We have always been important. We have always meant something. We have always succeeded. Regardless. And now is the time. I am waiting.
Okay.
That was power. That's powerful. And it's powerful because so many people showed up on our behalf. I mean, they're melanated people too, but in a whole nother country, on a whole nother continent. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think I had it on so small screen. I mean, I hope you could have seen it. It wasn't that much of a long video, but it just shows that's definitely. I mean, when Tupac dropped, man, I was a kid, man, and I felt that in my chest.
Yeah.
I really felt that same sort of sadness from someone I've just seen online. I don't think I could really feel the same type of loss I felt. You know what I mean? Like I really listened to too many. I was just a bit. I think I was about 2 albums in. But yeah I mean,
that's powerful. So you answered the question. Now that's but what the clip you shared with us spoke volumes. That answered the question that I asked you to. Are you guys talking about it there where you are? And that right there spoke volumes. Not only are you two talking about it in your friends and peers, but it looks like thousands.
To be honest, I've been talking to a lot of Aboriginal sort of communities in America, and they've always been on the heels of the government and always been talking about getting some of their status back and certain things like that. So I've always sort of been in tune with a lot of the brothers and sisters on the ground in America and hear their plight and certain things like that. And to be honest, like this is a very serious subject.
Yeah.
With the Aboriginal community worldwide, and it's a big awakening for some, like, because really and truly, like, a lot of this we've go through it in Europe, you know what I mean, and certain things like that. And a lot of people don't understand that literally we're in the heart of Caucasia or Caucasian people, you know what I mean? And we're just a little small population of people and certain things like that. So we can see the struggle what people go through in America very deeply, and I think a lot of people who live in Europe they sympathize as well with like how a lot of police how they are treating black people and certain things like that, because I feel to myself this thing where they put the knee on people's face is only recently they started doing that, because I feel like a lot of police have been filmed on camera doing that. So I think that's encouraged a lot of different police now to do that type of style now, to put the leg on the head and all these types of things, and that shit needs to be cut out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Mr. McGee, could you show us that clip again from New Zealand?
Oh, New Zealand, yeah. Let's run it.
Isn't that where that was from?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tarak, for that.
Let's run it back. Yeah, let me share my screen, and yeah, we can do this.
Because I want to focus on, we were talking about the support from all around the world, and we have our UK people on, and we just watched a clip from London. Now this is a clip from New Zealand.
All right, let's get it.
And New Zealand is definitely a predominantly white country. Wow.
No, pause. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to bring something to your attention. What scene? What movie is that from? Gladiator. What and when what was happening? He was tied in a dungeon. That was Decimus Meridius, whatever his name was, the Spaniard. And they were saying, what were they saying? Spaniard, Maximus. So really, right now, you look at on a macro scale. That's America. That's a Black America, and there's everybody saying.
So where was the outrage? Where was the outrage for the Africans in China?
All right, see
where was Black Lives Matter there? Where was Black Lives Matter there?
Listen, all right. So listen, Tarak. See, I don't like that. No, I don't like that, Tarak.
Don't play with these folks out here, man.
Tarak, relax, brother.
What have you done for me lately? Where was you for the Africans in China? God damn it!
Listen, Tarak. So don't do that. Don't do that, Tarak. Because why didn't you start a rally? Why didn't you do nothing then?
Make her find out it's some Jamaicans. Make her find out it's Jamaican. They do that too.
Stop, Tarak. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's weak. To me, that shit is
find out. It's Jamaican. They done that too.
That shit is weak. Now, to me, listen. That shit is weak.
Where was Black Lives Matter?
Listen. God damn.
Where was Chinese Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, I know. See, that's weak. And to me, that's weak.
No, that's strong.
But you have to allow him to have his own opinion about this.
But to me though, that shit is weak, man. When you say
you see they obliterated black people.
Listen, Tarak, let me land. Tarak, I'm gonna have to mute you, brother. Please, I don't want to mute you. I don't want to put your mic on mute, brother. I just want to land.
Tarak, calm down so he can get his point across.
Land, brother. I just want to land. I don't like when people when we are in the middle of our shit. People always say, well, y'all are saying Black Lives Matter right now, but what about this? What about that? I'm saying, listen, man. Listen. start your own rally and start your own protest. And black people are naturally going to show up. We show up for everything.
That is true.
Right? We show up for everything. We show up for the Mexican immigrants that's being mistreated. We show up for the women's rights marches and protests. We show up for everything. Just start it. Don't say what about. Don't wait till we start some shit and
that
then
happened
say,
before this.
well, what about?
Before this?
Put that, man.
This happened before that. Where was Black Lives Matter?
Where were you, Tarak? Don't put the finger.
And watching.
I understand that. I understand that, melanated. I understand he's talking about selective outrage, but sometimes that's necessary. I don't see nobody else running out, jumping in front of a car for every fucking.
What have the Africans done about their own people?
Say, what about?
In China? What have they done about their own people in China? What have they done about their own people in China? Come on,
man.
Because I'm telling you, if that was African Americans, they done that to you, be hearing about it.
Man, get out of here,
what
man.
What is your point?
I'm just saying, these people in New Zealand, they obliterated black people on them islands.
They did. They really did.
They obliterated people on them islands. So
they
these
did.
people, they're stunters. They're Instagram stunters and tweeters.
So you think all of these people came out to stunt?
Stunting.
All of them.
Nobody was genuine. Is that what you're telling me?
Telling you, because right now they need to look at themselves and the country that they're in and what they've done to those Aboriginal.
Well, do you think? Okay, and I agree with what you're saying. Just like America needs to look at itself, just like UK needs to look at itself. But don't you think this act right here shows you that they're looking at themselves?
Or maybe they thought COVID was serious. That's why they didn't march for the Africans.
Now you just trolling. Now you trolling.
Yeah, come on.
I'm being honest.
No, we're not doing trolling tonight.
I'm being honest.
We're not doing that, bro. We're not. I just asked you about COVID, and you
look at all these people. You think these people, all of them, are
wear their masks? Wear their masks.
Listen,
come on now. Look, this ain't. We're not even fixing to talk about COVID. Let's not, because COVID has nothing to do with this.
I just asked you about COVID, and you didn't even have an answer. I said, "Does COVID correlate with the marches?" You said, "Man, I don't really know." But now, 20 minutes later, you're gonna say, "This is COVID," and what? You're gonna
I'm thinking. No, but the reason I say that, the reason why I say that, because this was in the height of Ebola. What happened to the Africans in China?
Oh my God. See, every time you always go back to anti-African, man. You always
Hold on, wait a minute.
But that's his agenda, and that's
am I actually being anti-African, or am I saying where does actually Black Lives Matter?
Nick, you like a Hebrew Israelite.
I'm asking black people, were Black Lives for Matter? Were they there for the black people in China?
Bro, you like a Hebrew Israelite that just gone bankrupt. Come on, man. Relax.
That's left.
No, peace. Shalom to the brothers.
It sounds like you're mocking this movement. That's what it sounds like. And they're actually marching on every black person's behalf. That includes, you are black, aren't you?
Yes, Turok. I've seen this picture. Turok is my complexion, maybe darker.
They're marching on your behalf. They're marching on your behalf as well, and it sounds like you're mocking what's going on.
We will see them for a reparation march then, yeah?
They're marching on your behalf as well, so a knee won't be in your neck.
Hopefully, we should see the same people for the reparation march. Hopefully.
Okay, but let me ask you this: does it matter to you that they're marching on your behalf as a black man? So a knee won't be in your neck tomorrow. Does that matter to you?
I don't trust them.
Okay, but does that matter to you? The fact that they're out here, trust them or not, they're out here marching on your behalf. Charges have been elevated. These 3 other police officers have been arrested and charged. Does that matter to you?
Google sympathy, Turok. Google show of sympathy.
All I can do is put the faith in the people that go through it the most, and that's the African American.
Okay,
people.
but does that matter to you that they're marching on your behalf as a black man?
All I'm saying, when it comes to the real crunch, I hope these people are there.
Okay, I think that's a smack in the face to all the other black men out here, and to black men, period. Black people, period.
No.
Yeah, because you're mocking it. You're mocking it.
I'm not mocking it.
Yes, you are. You are mocking it. This man died. And not only
Black
did George
Americans.
Floyd die, others, Trayvon Martin, I mean, I'm not even going to go down the list, but other people have suffered for years, 400 years of oppression. 400 years of oppression, people have died and have lived in pain and have lived in fear and have not been treated as equal. And you're mocking the movement that is trying to change that. Yes, it was infiltrated by some people who were trying to divert our goal, but still people showed up. People who were people who really had the heart and compassion about what was going on. They showed up and they fought and they marched and they're still there. And you're mocking this.
All I can say, I can give all my full faith to the Nation of Islam and the Hebrew Israelites and the Black African American people that go through that every day, because these people are day in and day and night on the case of white supremacy and all these types of things. So those are the people I give my whole strength
Okay,
to.
but you
Other
can't let that
people,
take rank.
I
You can't
cannot
let
be
that.
sure. I cannot be
You
sure,
are
to be
allowing
honest.
that to divert you from the
No,
from
because
the
no,
goal.
I'm not bothering with them. I'm looking to my people that are actually in A&E right now in critical condition. The other people say, all right, they're marching for us, but I have to look to the real people that look like me, who sound like me, who talk like me. You know what I mean? I have to look
African.
at those people at the end of the day.
Yeah, African.
Or they can tell me the other day, oh, we came to the match, but I still have to talk to my African American brothers and sisters.
Who's in the march? Who's in the fight?
Yeah. Man, shout out to my brother Nakam, my brother Nakam in the building, man. Shalom, shalom.
And in fact, speaking about diversion, this is exactly what you're doing.
No. My powers and my full attention has always been to the Black American people. Whether it's this happening today or whether it was happening last year, it's constant. It's never ending.
I give you that. I do give Rock that though, sis. I give him that. He's been
all right, but I mean,
I use the phrase anti-African, but he's been anti-African ever since I met.
What am I pro though? What am I pro of?
I mean, you're pro Black Americans, the Black Caribbeans. You think we're the indigenous people? We're the indigenous people of this land. I can tell you that. You stick to your guns, bro. And you know why I don't. You know why I'm not fucked up with that, because you already know, Tarak, by watching this channel. I sit down with the strong brothers of the ISUPK once a month. And those brothers will tell you, they tell me, brother, you're not African. So I speak with brothers. I disagree. I'll say that. I disagree.
All I need to say is people need to open up a book and do some studying.
You know what, sis? I don't mind that.
Not just one book. Not just one book.
There you
go.
Not
just one book. Many books. So that we can learn from many different perspectives, not just one that supports what we wanted to support. But even those that speak against what our beliefs are, that's a real study.
But what
you can study from many different perspectives.
We have, though, as African American or Afro-Caribbean people, I feel like we've looked at everybody's religion, everybody's faith, but when it comes down to our way of life,
including ours. It's constantly
mocked.
I'm not saying leave ours out.
No, but I'm saying we as people, we can turn Buddhist overnight, we can turn Muslim overnight, we can do everything overnight because we're very highly spiritual people. But when it comes to our spirituality and certain things like that, people always catch on very later with a trend and or if it's trending and certain things like that. So I think that us as Afro-American people, we need to be proud of who we are and try and use our tools our ancestors have left us.
I agree.
Be proud of who we are.
I agree with that.
All right, Tarak, I want to ask you this for the listening audience, Tarak. Do you consider yourself an Israelite?
To be honest, I've been doing further research into these things and certain things, and maybe I could be of a lost tribe.
I hear you. So then now that makes me ask Sister Cola then. She'll fuck it.
I'm not.
You're not an Israelite?
I'm not getting on that.
Okay.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Yo, can I ask you a question, Turok?
I respect that, sister.
Turok, what day is it? What day is it? Are you black or are you white? Is the grass green?
Yeah, but please, you as an African, do not play these games with me. You lot kill each other whether you're black
Oh,
or
here we
whatever
go.
you
Here we
are,
go.
mate. Do not play
And
these games with me, man. We already see what happened in South Africa with the Nigerians, so please do not ever try to come with that type of talk and
so
the
we
type of
wear earlobes on
don't pull
necklaces
the
as well,
wool
don't
over
we?
our eyes. Why did some of our people even reach America? That's the question we should be asking Africans.
You know, bro.
Exactly.
Let me just say this, and
Why should
I'll
we
leave.
trust you
I'll leave
now?
the subject here. I'll leave the
Why should
subject
we
here.
trust you now? We can be our own empire. Why should we trust you lot?
Shay, Shay,
Ashe. Exactly. And
Shay,
we're the ones
Shay,
who made you proud to say Ashe.
Shay.
Okay, all right, Turok, really quick.
Yeah,
really
this
quick.
is going somewhere. I don't know where this is going.
No, listen, Carla, this is what that's what I said. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, so next time I do the YouTube, because this is really turned into my YouTube show. So listen,
It really has, because we're losing subject and everything.
Absolutely. But I have put the link in the chat for everybody who's watching on Facebook. Click the link in the chat and subscribe to the YouTube channel, because this is the freestyle conversation that I like to have on the YouTube channel. And
okay, well, at least let's finalize what the subject matter was. Let's finalize that and move on. I mean, if you
no, it's all good. It's all good, sis. All right, what is that? The police brutality, the protests, and all of that. You want to go ahead and wrap that up? Stick a pin in that.
Oh, you gonna leave me? Okay.
No,
okay.
I'm asking. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we're moving to freestyle, let's go ahead and wrap up the subject matter.
The way we can wrap it up is I'm gonna go to everybody on the panel. All right, now, okay, black man got killed, knee to the neck. I can't breathe. We know that. We know what happened after, right? Protest, peaceful protest that turned into quote unquote rioting and looting. We know that. All right, black people were pissed off. We seen the injustice. What's next? I want to start with you, sister.
That's good.
What do you think we can do next?
All right, so I feel like it doesn't stop here, because right now it seems like it seems like America is at a standstill, and everybody's eyes is on what's going on, what's currently going on, and people have forgotten about coronavirus. So while we have everybody's attention, I think we need to continue to do what we do. I think we need to continue to follow this case, just like we followed the O.J. Simpson case. I think we need to continue to follow this case. And I think we need to continue to organize. It's obvious that we have organized, because we have people marching and protesting all over the United States. So we cannot let this go. We have to continue to organize and continue the march. And we need to stick to this and stay up on it, just like we did during the O.J. Simpson situation. And if anybody has if this whole situation has sparked any ideas of a new grassroots movements, I think people should go ahead and attempt to ride this wave and get that started. I myself have had some flyers printed up over the weekend, and I was just putting them on cards about that was when people was rioting and stuff, but about us not tearing up our own community and acting as a unit. So I put some on some poles in North Nashville, and I was passing them out passing those flyers out as well. That was my own little contribution.
There you go.
And I think I'm going to continue to do that.
And I respect that, sis. I say we all need boots on the ground. We need all boots on the ground, and I love it, sis, because everyone doesn't agree with protesting and marching, but I like to say, if you don't agree with that, what are you doing? Right? Because a lot of people say protesting and marching don't work, right? And I am a firm believer in that. Let me preface it by saying,
but you've changed your mind today.
I was there. No, I'm not gonna say that. I was there. A brother that I respect asked me to show up. So it's my duty to show up, right? I'm going to show up. If a brother of mine say, man, listen, I know you don't agree with it, and I feel like it's not compromising my morals, I'll show up. I'll show up to your protest, right? I didn't do, like I told you, I didn't do the let me not say protest. Let me say rally. Let me make sure I use my words carefully. I showed up to the rally. The rally. where it was speakers and a crowd. But when the rally was over at 5 o'clock, when the rally was over, because my brother said he's doing his event from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, people got in groups and started walking down the street. I walked my black ass to my car and came home and got on the internet. Like, I'm not doing that shit, but I will show up for the support. Just like my Israelite brothers are in the comments right now. I don't agree with everything these brothers say, but you know what? If these brothers say, hey, man, we're doing something Saturday, I am going to show up. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam. My brothers in the Nation of Islam, I don't agree with everything they say, but if Brother Sam X calls me and say, hey, brother, I need you to come to the mosque and say a little and say a speech. You know what I mean? I went to the mosque and I said my speech. You see what I'm saying? So I am there for the support. But like, I always want to know what is going to happen after. And I think that's a legitimate question. So now I do want to ask the brothers that reside in the UK. Turok, we've done it, man. We saw the knee on the neck. We protest. Some people rioted and looted and did all of that shit. Now, what's next, my brother?
I'll be honest, like as a nation of people, we need to stop the violence against each other. For one, we need to come together more often. You know what I mean? We shouldn't have to wait to horrible things happen for us to come together as a nation of people, or people identifying as somebody being oppressed. We already know we're oppressed, so we have to look at these situations, what's happening, because when it's a pandemic, is a different way that people are looking at you, you know what I mean, and treating you and certain things like that, because it's fight or flight right now. So like we seen what it's come to in a sense like that. So as a nation of people, you have to try and even have your own medicines. You have to try and have everything of your own, basically, because when it comes to fight or flight, people are gonna leave us behind or leave you lot behind and certain things like that. So you have to galvanize together and be more united all over the state. So when things like this do happen, we have a whole team infrastructure, just how like maybe the Nation of Islam tried to set up in the past and certain things like that. But it's beautiful that a lot of different people and different things where people had a lot of conflicts like gangs and other faiths didn't really want to talk to each other, ridiculing each other, debating each other. They've come to this one understanding now that we have to get your rights right in America, and this is the time now.
Okay, so
And
let me
strength
ask
is
you
with you.
this. Is there anything that you want to implement from this point on? How can you personally take part in or take advantage of where we are in this moment? Or is that something that you haven't even thought of?
To be honest, I think a lot of people have been always preparing for the worst, and I feel like Hollywood has prepped people, but I feel like people's gonna take their survival and take their hopefully their pride, you know what I mean, to put it aside and actually look to each other as like a unit, so we can help each other through this pandemic and through whatever drastic times it is.
How do we do that, Turok? Like, you can't keep giving me cliches and saying, hey, we need to unite and we need to come together and like and do what? We need to unite and come together and do what, Turok?
You have a better stance in America, change the narrative. Um, have your lawyers for things like this. You know what I mean? Look at each other more as a nation. The minute you not look at each other as a nation, you're going to be a force to reckon with. And what's been happening over time, they've been very divided through communities, gangs, different little organizations, and all these types of things. And at the end of the day, you see what's happening right now. So us as a nation, man, woman, and child, we can't see our children, the next generation, go through the same fuckery, basically.
Let me ask you this, Turok, because this is a question that's on the screen.
Mm.
My brother, my brother Nakam, he asked you this question. What is your nationality?
I say I'm Caribbean.
Nicole, tell me, what tribe is that? What is that, Simeon?
Well, I got indigenous
Out
roots and
of
also
the
got
12 tribes, what I mean, but what does the Hebrew Israelites say tribe? What tribe is that?
I got indigenous roots and also like some African as well and other people and other nations. But this is the thing, is it? A lot of our people we feel tied to the land because a lot of our ancestors are part of this world or this hemisphere in a sense like that. And I know like a lot of people are into the Hebrew Israelite chart and certain things like that, but
Yeah.
it's a lot of politics what we have to really look at. And the sister said it's true. We have to open some books and look at things and reassess things. You know what I mean? Just like any financial institution, they go through a recession where they go through their books, go through their accounts. You start looking at certain things where you can cut and certain things where you can make a profit. So we have to start reassessing things properly, man.
I got you. I got you. And I just want to let you know, Sister Cola, whenever you ready to, jump off, you can jump off. You know what I mean? I'm here. We freestyling now.
Okay, cool.
I'm hyped. I'm talking to the brothers and you. You know what I mean? I'm talking to the sisters and the brothers, but I just, how we do. We go an hour. We do 1 hour. Shit, we're 2 hours in now, sis. So if you got something else to do, let me know. But if you want to rock with us, shit, stay here and rock with us.
All
But,
right, I'll be on for a little bit longer.
Kingo, let me ask you, Kingo. I gotta bring it to you, man. We saw the. I'm coming to that question too, Nakam. I'm about to ask that question. Rock, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Look. You marinate on that while I speak to Kingo, Rock. Kingo. So we seen the black man be lynched live on your phone, live on your TV. You saw the shit. You saw all the shit that happened after that.
Yeah.
What is next? What is next for black people, specifically Black Americans, and then you can speak about black people over the diaspora.
That's a good question. I would say that. I mean, you got to have quite a vivid imagination?
Does who? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's quite. I mean, to have quite a vivid imagination on what's next in with the book Alphabet Boys. I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to try and plan such a thing or try to predict such a crazy last 10 years that they've tried to put out on us or sort of feed intravenously through our subconscious and our conscious. It's all been there. I don't know what's next. I can't imagine that they're gonna try and
what should we do?
No, Kingo,
relax. Relax. I don't think you understood my question. What should black people do next? That's the question I'm saying. Like, I don't care what they're doing. What should black people do next? Okay, we rioted, we looted, we did all that shit. You may agree or disagree with it. What do you suggest black people should do next?
It's such a hard question. Like I said, really, it's down to your financial position first. But the next thing I would do personally, if I was in America, I would arm myself with the law, and for anybody that was to come in and try and cause me harm, a particular way where I had a sort of protection.
Hold on, listen to me. Listen to what you're saying, Kingo. So you're saying let's go. Let's say hypothetically. Because now we get into some shit. So let's say hypothetically, I buy and purchase a lot of guns. I purchase gun after gun after gun, and and you said protect myself. So I purchase gun after gun after gun. And when black people get on one accord and start moving, I should stay in my house with my fortress of guns and just stay in my house. Is that what you're telling me? I'm just trying to. I want clarification, my brother.
No, well, personally, it all goes back to it's really about. I don't really want to go to what I would strategically do.
Hypothetically, you know, hypothetically.
On any base, but I mean on any level. But hypothetically, I'd say right now it seems like quite a chessmate environment, but I think the best thing black people can do from here on in America would be to, if you got that money, man, just go somewhere for a little bit if you can, and you're fit. But if you're not in categories, I'd say just stay at home as much as you can, really, because really we don't know what's out there. Some people may say they do, but we don't know what's in people's hearts. We don't know what's really genuinely there. So I'd say still trying to be smart and be safe, be clean.
Yeah.
But at the end,
and stay at home. Let me say this.
Stay at home. I'd probably say at this stage.
Kingo, let me jump in here. So, Sister Paula, this is what I was telling you earlier about my prisoner of war analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
King Gold is telling us no matter who the warden is, no matter who the correctional officers are, you should stay in your cell. Just stay in your cell. And that's what I'm getting from this. Like a lot of people are telling us, hey, just stay in the house. That whole thing. Oh, that brings us to a beautiful point, sis. Yesterday, Tuesday, was a blackout Tuesday, right? They were saying, hey, everybody, black your social media screen out. Stay off their internet. They're saying, yeah. Yesterday, if you notice, you saw a lot of people just black their social media screens out, and they quote unquote stayed off of social media. It was a stay in your cell, or like King Gold said, stay in your house type of deal. How you can't tell me we aren't prisoners of war when the other prisoners are telling you, hey, stay in your cell. Don't go out there. It's crazy out there, right? The warden and the correctional officers are doing a bunch of bullshit outside of your cell. So the best thing for you to do, black people, is stay inside of your cell. But
can I just say something? All right, I'm going to add this. Maybe this is complete me trying to be too smart for myself, or just in my world of my own. But I would say they say the best way for you to reach your full potential is to isolate from everything. So at this stage, to be fair, this isolation thing isn't actually really that bad. Because listening to a couple of the really intelligent brothers who actually like to lecture a lot, they say to stay in, create. This is the best time to create. Why are you creating businesses online? That's literally all they've really given people right now, where you can do something and make money and stay proactive.
Yeah, so
that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so when I keep using the prison analogy, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like, hey, stay in your cell, but barter and negotiate to get a fluffy pillow inside of your cell. You should stay in your cell and figure out ways how you can come up and get a TV inside of your cell. No one's saying, hey, bro, we should fucking break out of this cell and in turn break out of this prison. No. Nobody wants to do that. We just want a comfortable cell. You should stay in this cell and stay in your jail cell and figure out how you can get some comfortable, fluffy socks and be as comfortable. Negotiate. That's what King Gold is saying. Hey, if you can stay in your cell and come up with an idea of how to get a fluffy blanket, at least you'll be better than the guys in this jail who don't have a fluffy blanket. I don't know, sis. Am I tripping? Talk to me.
I don't know. I mean, with you saying what you're saying, I'm wondering what is your solution?
I say it's not internet friendly, first and foremost, but we got to figure out a way how to get out of this prison. and I'll leave it at that. I want to go to.
Is your way to go to another country?
I have to figure out, because I know that even me saying that, I'm still going to have to figure out how to wiggle out of this prison. Maybe I have a release date, right? So if I'm using a prison analogy, I should be working towards my release date and say, hey, when I get released from this prison, I'm getting far away from this prison as I can to make sure that I never go back to this prison. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm going to keep using the prison analogy, yes.
There's no way you can escape the powers that be. You just can't, because they run the planet.
It's ridiculous. Like,
you
so
can't escape it unless you listen. Unless you go to China or Japan. If you go to any country in Europe, I mean, come on now, you're saturated with it. If you go to Africa, you're saturated in it. If you go to Antarctica, there's nobody there. I mean, you got all the scientists running tests and doing stuff over there. I mean, you go to India. I mean, come on now.
But it's up to me to use my research and do my due diligence. You feel me? The same amount of effort that I'm going to put in to barter with the next cellmate to get a fluffy blanket, I should be using that same energy to say, hey, my release date is coming up. And when my release date is coming up, I'm getting far away from this prison and this bullshit. That's the way I should be doing it. I want to ask you this though, sis, because brother Nakam asked this question. What is the sister's trend of thought or background? And I think he's speaking like religiously.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
So, I have Christian roots. Okay. Pentecostal Christian roots, with the speaking in the tongue, the laying on the hand. I mean, laying of hands and all of that stuff. So, and those roots have been embedded in me deeply. But I've also have been open enough to study outside of that framework that I was born into. So I tend to look at, I truly believe that while Buddhists have, there's many gods there, African religion, there's many gods there. And I mean, of course, African don't have, there's not just one religion in Africa. There's many different religions based on the tribes, or many different spiritual practices based on the tribes. And Hindu, there's many gods based in that religion. And Christianity is really a monolithic type of study, believing in one God or the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. What I have learned from my studies, and listen, I'm not a religious theologist or anything like that, but from what I've learned from my studies, and what I've summed up, is that we really all acknowledge that a universal God does exist, a universal God, universal power that be. And while some of us call ourselves God, some of us say that we're part of God, some of it, or a limb or a branch of God. Some people say that we're God's children. I just see it as, at the end of the day, we all acknowledge a universal God, and that's where I stand with that.
Okay.
We all acknowledge a universal God. And here's my thing. And I don't say that one person should believe one particular thing. I truly believe that if your religion brings out the best in you, if your religion brings out the best in you and keep you from raping me and my daughter, and keep you out of my house from robbing my house at nighttime, and it makes you the best person, who you are, then do that. That's how I believe.
I believe that too, sis. Rock with it. Rock with that shit, man. For real.
Yeah,
so. I know it's vultures out here.
Yeah.
Vultures, man.
Can we find out a little bit about Turok's background? He seems to have studied a lot to do with African spirituality. He knows about migration, different he knows about different geopolitical happenings and events.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
I
We
mean,
should ask this. What we should ask
from what I know of him anyway.
what is Turok's what is Turok's trend of thought or background? What's your ideology, Turok?
I'm more to the one could say the Aboriginal societies, and my heritage or my background is Taino, Garifuna, and Carib. But I'm also mixing with some of the Africans as well, and European as well. So, but I take on most of my Caribbean heritage.
Mm, okay. Okay, so but my Israelite brothers are gonna say, hey, yeah, brother, you said all of that. What was your
Oh,
father's
the Garifuna,
okay, well break that down to
Black
layman's terms
Carib,
for me.
Black Caribs,
Yeah. So Nicole, let me
and
know.
and and my
Is that
people,
Simeon? Why do I want to put him in the tribe of Simeon? Am I tripping? What is the Caribbeans?
to be honest, I would say a Levite. To be honest, because my
Levite. No, that's
people,
what it is. Levite. Levite. Good shot. Good shot.
because my people's always been free, like the Haitians, and a lot of my bloodline ties back to Haiti and Baton Rouge and French Guyana.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And the
Yeah,
French
so I
guy.
would say a Levite because my people's always have been free. We've been rebellious people, and we do hold a bit of mysticism as well.
So if
Do
you
you
had
think
Hold
to
back the culture.
so if you had to identify with I guess a religious or
spiritual system?
ideology, a spiritual ideology, then
Mm.
what would you say that is to us?
Well, in the Caribbean, a lot of us have taken on some of the African ones, but I mostly where I do a lot of research and certain things, I've noticed that there has been an entwining of both of the indigenous people of America and some of the African ones as well. So like yeah, there's been a lot of sort of how can I say mixing culture, but there's sort of culture where it only gets attributed to Africa, and which is some of the actually the origins of the Caribbean and certain things like that.
I see. I see.
So like we in the Caribbean we call ghosts duppies, and in the Taino Arawakan language to say a ghost is hupi, and like we also do like spiritual things, and in the Garifuna language some people might call it voodoo or juju, but in the original Arawakan language it's called dugu,
Uh-oh.
Dugu. And in the Arawakan other cultures, we practice something we call opia, which later on gets pervertedly translated into obia.
So you could say that was derived from Oba, maybe Oba.
Uh,
The word, one of the words. No, probably. What does it mean? Was
well, well before there was even a mix of Africans came over. These are the words people noted down. In fact, the original people of the Caribbean used to speak of. And some of the people we still speak the indigenous words today not knowing because they've been so um they've been mixed in with Latin, so things like barbecue, hammock, papaya,
wait? Can you hear him too much?
Hey, Turak,
cocoa.
Turak, you getting
I
into
can't
your
really hear
point?
you.
No. Let's rewind. Rewind, Turak. I love it. I love it, Turak. I know you go to the cassava. I know you have a. This is why I love you, Turak. You have bullet points. You got your bullet points, and no matter what the fuck we're talking about, you make sure you get to your bullet points. But I'm rocking with you though, brother. I'm
Yeah,
rocking with.
it's showing
So,
the
what
culture
are
where
the indigenous people? Are they Taino? Who were the indigenous people of the Caribbean islands? The
well
Tainos?
well in the Greater Antilles, so like from Cuba, Florida, and Jamaica and the Bahamas, they would be classified as Arawakan speaking people, but
The
they've been
Arawaks.
classified.
Arawaks. I've heard you say that before. I've
Yeah,
heard.
no, but that's the language they speak. But
Oh, okay.
so
Okay.
that the people in the Bahamas, they're called Luakans, and they speak the same language. But those were the first people Columbus met on in the Bahamas and certain places like that. then you get like the Tainos and like the hummingbird tribe people, because we get our colors off of our birds basically. That's why we have our headdresses and our flags. So the reason why the Jamaican flag is black, green, and yellow is because of the national bird, which is the doctor bird or the hummingbird.
Let me pull that bird up. Go ahead. Keep talking. What's the name of that bird?
The hummingbird or the doctor bird.
Yeah, don't say hummingbird. We got them in fucking America, right?
It should do, because you know what I mean. We have our
Yeah, we
feathers.
have them in America.
Yeah, we
In my
have
backyard.
hummingbird. What's the other
Mm.
word you said? Not hummingbird, but what was the other
The
name for it?
doctor bird.
Doctor Bird.
Yeah, or just try in Jamaican national bird.
Okay, I got it.
So
So
like in
according to you, you feel like your spiritual system that you're focused on now, or you vibrate with, or you're dealing with, you're practicing in, is
yeah,
what you feel is conducive for you, and is it conducive? Would you say it's something that was
yeah,
a way of
because
good way of life for Black people in general?
yeah, but just for the people of
Or,
the Caribbean, just like how Africans got their own things for their individual tribes, for just personally for them, like it's not for really
Yes.
everybody in Africa. So like
Yes.
what I try to do is also bring in your American side, because we heard the African side, and I'm trying to bring in the American side of the history and the culture, so we can be a whole person with full knowledge in a sense like that. So some of our cooking techniques is actually just American techniques, because we used to cook in a way like the maroon people used to cook underneath underground basically. So we never used to make smoke, so people couldn't know where we were and certain things. And these are all like indigenous things, like even the plants, the medicine what we use. Some of these plants are only in these particular areas or on different islands, and that we know how to utilize these things and use these things. But because we happen to be brown or black, they just get misclassified into African things.
Okay. All right. So that's the bird. That's the bird. I think they called it like a steam bird or something, brother.
Hey, doctor bird or hummingbird.
Yeah. They had called it another name, but okay. I got you. But that's the bird you're talking about. That is the
Mm,
bird.
yeah, but
That's
it's
the,
supposed to be yeah, green, black, and yellow. And
yeah.
like in places like Guyana, you have red, gold, and green. So like I think that's the color of the parakeet, the parrot or their type of birds. And also, if you notice with the a lot of pirate novels, you see they show you pirates with like birds on their shoulder. But a
Yeah.
lot of these people are melanated people and things like that, because for you to navigate the seas, you used to have a bird, and this even goes back into the biblical
That's
story of
right.
Noah.
It's
You know what I
true.
mean?
Y'all
So
tell me this. This is something new. Talk to me.
It's
yeah,
true.
so like if you're a sailor, basically you would have like a bird of some sort, and the bird will only fly over where there's land.
Yep.
So people wouldn't really go straight over the Atlantic, because it's gonna take a week and some months for a bird to fly over there, and there's nowhere to stop. So that's why people used to go the other way to get to America from Asia and certain things like that. But when you look at these pirates, when they're showing you the birds and certain things like that, it's showing you actually where these actual birds come from. And a lot of these birds are like from the Caribbean or like the Bahamas or Antigua, or even some of them from Florida. Like, but they're showing you a little bit of culture, but like a lot of people don't understand the colors of the birds and certain things, where they're showing you these pirates with these things on their or birds on their shoulder.
that's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. So
It's true.
you go as far as to say that that is a method that they've stolen.
No, they probably had their own way of doing it, but we're like if you notice with European people and Asian people, they like to have birds in cages and shit like that, and rare birds, if you know what I mean. Like European people like to collect birds and different species, so they're very rare sort of animals at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's really good to know. I think the more you learn about African spiritual systems, the more we can see where our language is quite confined. It's not really that deep. It's like language, the way we perceive things
because
worse, you know, because
because
you know we look at the ancient Cometians, they had different ways of explaining things, especially when it came to a spiritual system. It's so intriguing finding out how I'll give you quite a good example. Um, when they talk about like Nun, which is one of the gods or deities that they venerate there, and they basically talk about Nun on a cosmic level, and the cosmic level is hydrogen and a template of space, and then you got it on a human level, um, which is your anatomy, the atoms inside you, you know, and then you got it on a earthly level, which is matter. You know what I mean?
mm,
It's really really interesting. Oh, I believe it's the spirit. I think I got that wrong. It's a spirit.
mm. But also
And then there's
the
matter. You know, so it's like
another
three
thing
different levels that they were
another thing
talking
people
about.
don't really mention is the American influence into some of the African practices. Tobacco is very sacred into like the Native Americans.
Okay. To rock. Come on, man. Please, let's like tonight. Let's don't go down that road, man. You finna go to tobacco to
No,
cassava.
because
Like,
no, because it goes back to the
Talk
people of
about
the South.
spiritual systems, man. You seem
yeah,
more, a bit more well versed
like let's go back to that.
than
Let's go
us.
back
You
to
know,
that. Let's
I
go back
believe.
to
No,
that, man. Let's
no,
get back
because it
to that.
goes back to no, but it goes back to the people of the South because a lot of black
No,
people were
let's get
actual
back
What?
to
tobacco
no,
farmers.
no.
How
Let's
well
get back
versed are you
to
in
my
linguistics?
Kingo. Let's get back to my brother Naquan. He is
Yeah.
asking you, right? If you are if you're an Israelite, how are you not, right? So, Tarak, if you're saying that you could possibly be an Israelite, right?
Yeah.
How are you not praying and following the law, statutes, and commandments of Yahweh?
Because to be really honest, I've seen it and I've looked at it, and don't get me wrong, it is how I look at the Bible is it seems like there is an event that happened around the world which everybody shares, but they tell the story in different ways.
What's that
Um,
event? What's that event, Tarak?
Maybe like the Book of Enoch and certain things like that, where they talk about giants. There is a certain culture what we're all going by, and it's kind of weird. It's like everybody is it sort of entwined with it, but it's a bit more than what we know of just saying Hebrew Israelite. Like it goes very it's very twisted. That if you know what I mean. So that's why I've sort of I do follow the commandments. I do look at the Bible, and I do like the rapport we try to have as a community as Israelites. But to be really real, I've studied this thing and I've looked at it very deeply, and some of this thing go right back to India and Iraq and these types of things. And my DNA in the Americas go back even longer than that.
So you're saying the Bible? Just hold on. So you're saying some of these stories in the Bible goes back to India and Iraq?
Yeah, but it seems like we all shared like some sort of experience, but we're all describing it differently.
Yeah.
That's true.
So like the Book of Enoch, the Hindus call it the Mahabharata story, where they talk about fallen angels or angelic beings coming down to earth, talking with the people, and some of these were the actual quote unquote people who God actually cast, or not God, but maybe some other entity, or some people even link it back to the Sumerians because the Sumerians, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Hindus, they've all showing the same sort of culture, if you know what I mean. Realistically, they might look a bit different, but what they're saying is literally the same thing.
So if you could give me a quick summary of the Book of Enoch, like give it to me. Pause.
Um,
Let me say pause.
the book of Enoch is talking about I think it's Noah's great grandfather, and he's talking about a specific time. I don't even think there was really Israelites, but how I've got the knowledge or the message what I got through the book of Enoch is like it's actually talking about now. It's like Enoch saw like a vision of a different type of time, and I feel like that time is literally now, down to the way how they describe certain things that's going to happen, and how they describe certain people. And a lot of people use these same symbolisms with animals, where they call Russia the bear, Italy the wolves, and a lot of these descriptions were used in the Bible. I mean, in the book of Enoch, but it's described in a different way, in a sense like that. And it's very deep, but I think it's something that the whole world does share at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know the brothers is on you. People on you.
Because
People is on you, boy. What is he, Kingo? What is he talking about, Kingo? What is he
no,
talking about, Kingo?
because
Do
they
you have
talk
any
about these.
syrup?
I've
Do you
been.
have
Because
syrup? Do you
I,
have syrup for this waffle?
you know, like, let me be honest with you, right? It's a bit late over here. I think
Yeah.
he may have. I think he may have fallen over and bumped his head.
Yeah, I got you. It is late.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
but
late
no,
in the UK.
you know I'm
no,
playing.
because
Yeah, let me
I'm
finish.
only playing. True up.
the reason why I say that now, because
Love,
one of
man,
the
love.
fallen angels, what they talk about is in the book of Leviticus, and even the Arabs do something for this one angel that's called Balthazar, and he's in the Bible, and or no, Azazel. This is supposed to be one of the fallen angels. So if people don't want to go by the book of Enoch, say, oh, that wasn't in the Bible, and they got the book of Leviticus, what is Azazel doing in that book? You dig?
There you go. Bro. That's when I know you trolling, Rock. When you start saying you did, I know you on this shit. All right, so my brother said the book of Enoch that you talking about was written in the 70s by a white man.
Hey, what's the hummingbird? What
Who
is a
wrote the
hummingbird?
book?
I was
Who
waiting for
wrote the
somebody to
book of
throw that out.
Enoch?
I'm waiting for somebody to say that.
Wait,
At least we got that out of the way.
You said what?
It's the white man.
do you know what? This has been a very good build. I do appreciate all the knowledge you brought to Rock. So, there will be people that question knowledge, because knowledge, as I said, if it's not refined, it can be coming from many angles. Sometimes you need to get it out of the horse's mouth, which will probably be from the African people themselves or from the cultures. So there are conflicting ideas. So
Because the Berbers, some of the desert people in that places like the Middle East, they still do this thing to this
Rock,
day
you
where
got
they.
static. You got static, bro.
There you go. Sorry,
You
sorry.
good. You
You hear me
good.
now?
No, go.
Yeah, because even the Arabs do this thing to this day where if they have a goat or a sheep, they will let that sheep wander into the desert, and they say, "Oh, that is an offering to that person." Basically, call it Azazel. So it just shows you there's some sort of mix up, and even what's it called? David Icke talks about these sort of people that's mixed in with different type of people that are maybe like the leaders of this world today.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I hear you.
Because
I hear you too.
a lot of these people talking about the Anunnaki, and you have to wonder to yourself, why are we saving gold? What, we can't eat gold, we can't really do anything much with gold, but for some reason everybody is storing up how much gold they can get. So to me,
Let me
it seems like
let,
somebody
let me
else to
tell
eat the
you this.
benefit.
Okay, so let me tell you this, right? So when you said why are people getting gold and stocking up gold, right? You hear a lot of people say countries are built off of their economic base.
There you go.
Gold equals gold
That's the
equals
real
currency.
wealth.
Yeah. Gold equals currency, which equals real wealth. If you have the gold, then you have the power to maneuver. Bro, you have the power to oppress. If you have the currency, let's replace the word gold with currency. If you have the currency, you can oppress. You can oppress anybody. You have the no. The
Yeah, but hold on.
currency brings power, right? The
Yeah, but hold on.
currency
No
is what you
food.
need to have power.
No, no food. Because if I say I don't want your gold, and you can't exchange me nothing for my food.
He said come top
That's
them.
if you say that, but nobody is saying that because they
They'll pay
realize
for food. They'll pay for weapons.
No, but
If
yeah,
I
but this
have
one try to
currency,
show people this is why places like Asia was so successful because of the materials that it had, food and all these types of things, and that's what made the Moors and even the Arabs
with the
created the Silk
military,
Road.
Iraq, with
Which
the military backing. Don't you ever say that, right? Because we know you can say the Arabs, but the Arabs they have oil, but they have a military that could protect that oil enough to make you respect me. You
yeah,
see what I'm saying? Like American can go take over certain Arab countries, right? But America could not colonize the whole Arab conglomerate because the Arab had enough of a military to say, "Yo, back the fuck up." Like, yeah, y'all got that country, but this 7 countries over here, we not gonna let y'all come this far. You feel me? Like after y'all took those 2 countries, we went back and regrouped and got our military strong. And it's like, man, yeah, y'all, it's in y'all's best interest to do business with us now. Y'all can have those 2 countries y'all conquered. Y'all can have those 2 or 3 countries that y'all conquered and colonized. You can have that. But we
I
got
feel what
seven
you're saying.
countries over here that it's like, yo, it's in your best interest to do business with us,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Am
but the
I
thing
correct?
is now that the
Family,
minute people,
family.
yeah, but hold
There
on, the minute
you go.
people,
What you
the
gone?
minute the minute
No,
people stop buying Arab oil, what would they do? They can't produce their own food.
Who can't? Who can't produce their own?
Arabia, they're in a desert for crying out loud. The only thing that is back in their economy is gold and oil.
oil?
And the reason why they were so successful in the olden days is because they're right next door to Asia and they're always been known to be what? Merchants. The
Yeah,
Silk Road.
but merchants means we can barter with you. Merchants mean no, not even with you. Merchants mean we can barter with anybody, and that's how Arabia built up their fucking military because we
Exactly.
have resources that we're not going to let you take them, and I'll trade some of my resources.
Yeah,
Man,
but
I ain't
this is
gonna
the
lie.
whole point. No,
Some
but this is
people
the
may
whole
got.
point. Hold on. This is
Go
the
ahead.
whole point. Columbus was going to India. That's why he had to find a different route because the
so
Arabs and the Moors were taxing these people to come through the channels.
But I have a question. I
Go
have a
ahead,
question.
sister. Go ahead, sister.
You were a couple of minutes ago, you're gonna say something about the gold and the Anunnaki.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How were you bridging that? What were you? Yeah, could you explain or finish what you were gonna say about that? I'm interested in that and what you had to say about that and how they correlate.
To me, it seems like each country now are trying to collect the most gold for the Anunnaki, and it seems like whoever collects the most probably gets rewarded with some sort of technology or some sort of other things. So I personally think.
Wow. Okay.
we say that if I bring gold to the Anunnaki, they give me an iPad.
Come on, man, you need some big things, man.
Huh?
A hole in their ozone. They got a hole in their ozone layer. They need big thing, not little sovereign.
They got holes in the ozone layer, the Anunnaki.
They need tons of gold, like and things like that, because they're supposed to have a different type of cycle or a different type of orbit to.
Oh, what? So what planet are they on?
I think they've got their own planet called Nibiru or something.
And where? And do you know anything about the magnetic sphere, or do you know anything about the
But this
terrain or the environment?
but this is what I'm trying to show people. Like Egypt, a lot of the great civilization, they used to collect gold, and they talk about um, ancient aliens or flying chariots and things like that. And you look at the technology, what people had in primitive times and certain things like that. I think a lot of these people they've actually come down to Earth and actually mixed in with certain families.
Where's
And a lot,
Nibiru meant to be located in? Is it in our solar system? Is it in our galaxy? Is it in our Milky Way?
it's got its own type of orbit, so it comes around every so many maybe years. So like the Ethiopians, they got their own calendar.
It's got its own orbit.
It's got like a different type of orbit to like other
Our
planets.
sun. So our solar system with our current 9 planets or 8 planets, it floats in a different solar system to ours, but it floats around in our immediate galaxy, our Milky Way.
To be honest, when you look at these pyramids, what we have in certain places of the earth, you have to think these things look like to me like these airport landing things. Like
They
the only
do
way
line up with
the,
the Milky Way. Yeah, that's meant to
the
be.
only way you're going to enjoy the whole symmetry of what's happened on the ground is if you're up in the sky.
Well, to be fair, there's livable planets in our immediate solar system, in Saturn, in Jupiter. Ganymede, I think, is one of the largest moons, and I think it's habitable as well, due to the fact that it's not too close to the sun. Jupiter is the fifth planet out, so it's not too hot. You know what I mean? Because Venus, and you wouldn't have any chance.
Because the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, some of the Hindus, they seem like their story is sort of the same thing basically. Like they have certain gods that's come down to earth and mix around with the people. And for some reason, since these people been down on earth, it's like they need gold for some reason. And people have been like, as this, in some say, they made people just to actually mine gold, to be honest, and certain things like that. But
See, now there's definitely, I know gold is known for being very a particular type of metal, and it's unique. It's very unique in its flexibility, you know, of what it can do. But if you look up the properties of gold, yeah,
silver's supposed to be more medicinal. I think like they use silver for a lot of medical things, and also they use silver for solar panels.
Well, it's one of the best conductors of electricity, so it makes sense. Gold is.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm learning a lot of new stuff tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of different belief systems on. We have the David Icke believers. We have the Hebrew black Hebrews,
Yeah.
Hebrew Israelites. Then we have me, the universalist. Wow.
Universal law.
Yeah.
Universal what?
He said universal law, Ma'at.
No. Universalist.
You see,
I was just assuming it would have been something to do. What is the universalist? If you'd like to expand.
Well, I mean, that's just something that I came up with based on how I gave a description of my belief system a couple of minutes ago.
Okay, yes, sorry, but I did cut in and cut out. But yeah, I caught some bits of it. So yeah,
I've read up on some David Icke too, what y'all talking about, but that stuff is yeah.
Yeah, Shalom. Let me take the time out, man. Listen, if you're in the building, hit the like button, man. It don't cost you a dime to hit the like button, man. I don't pass around the collection plate. You feel me? So I just say, hey, brothers and sisters, hit the like button. My brother Nakam, you know that, man. You know I got mad respect for you brothers at the ISUPK, and everything y'all do. You know that, my brother. I will give you an advance notice, and you can be on the panel, bro. Facebook family. Let me post this real quick, y'all. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt it though, but I have to let the Facebook family. The YouTube is where it's at. YouTube is where it's popping. Where you can get the conversations like these. The Facebook shows. Me and Sister Cola, we only do those for 1 hour. We're 2 hours and 50 minutes into this show. Like you're not.
And I gotta go to bed.
I understand that, sis. I understand.
I was gonna ask you like one question quickly.
But hold on. Let me land. We're still gonna go to Rock. I'm not signing out, brother. I'm not signing. I'm just getting started. Right. But I wanna let the beautiful people know that's on Facebook. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. I am putting it. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm fumbling through this, but listen. Okay, I just put it in the chat. Click on that link in the chat, man, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We do the YouTube channel a couple nights a week. I say once, but who knows? When I feel good, we do a YouTube show. Every Wednesday, we do the Facebook simulcast with the YouTube show. So if you're on Facebook, you're only going to see me once a week. If you're on Facebook, well, let me not say me, Sister Cola and I. You're only going to see Sister Cola and I on Wednesdays. But if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you can look at our pretty faces for 3 or 4 times a week. Who knows, man? We go live on YouTube whenever I'm looking good, feeling good, man. So yes, do that. Salute to everybody that's in the chat, man, and that's looking at us right now. You didn't have to be looking at us. You could have been looking at King Gold right now, man. He's the ugly. He's the ugly, but thank y'all for tuning in, Sister Cola. Thank you, sis. If you wanna, I know it's late. It's getting late. If you need to jump off, sis, it's all love. If you want to keep rocking, keep rocking. But
yeah, I
yeah,
think
I mean,
it's good to have sisters' energy around.
yeah,
No
we
doubt.
need that estrogen, man. We need that estrogen, that feminine energy, bro. We need it, and that's why I didn't. That's why I don't like when my streams are sausage parties. You know what I mean? Too
I tell
much
you what though,
sausage. Go ahead, sis.
nothing. I was just gonna say this is a really interesting panel.
Uh-huh.
A really interesting panel.
Yeah, and when we do the YouTube show, is
I think we complement each other. I do believe we do. We all do. I mean, he's coming with his knowledge on different Aboriginals,
Yep.
and he's over. You can feel the love for Africans flowing from his body. No, no, it's love. It's love now, man. Hey, let's tell. Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about astronomy, which isn't that useful, but just health, nutrition, and a little bit about Africa. I'm a little bit learning about African history. So,
Oh,
yeah,
you
I think
gotta get that.
I'll be jumping back a couple more times on the panel, having discussions, debates.
I want to ask the panel a question.
Go ahead, bro.
Are you familiar with somebody called Dr. Delbert Blair?
I am a little. I'm not an expert on him, but I've heard the name and I've heard some of his a few of his talking points. But you will have to remind me of him. But I've heard him speak before.
Who is this again? Can you repeat
Um,
that?
Dr. Delbert Blair.
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, like I personally think what's his name, David Icke, basically got his information from this guy called Dr.
Oh,
Delbert Blair.
okay.
He goes into great detail, like he goes into looking into like the cultures of like Egypt, the Dogons. He seems like he's went into
Yep.
so much very good detail onto the Dogons, and he's always sort of been talking about this coming of 2012 and like the Mayan calendar, the
Yeah.
Ethiopian
Can
calendar.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the Dogons? Just a little bit, just like say 5 bullet points about them that are quite cool facts.
With the Dogons, some people say they're an ancient lost tribe of Egypt, but these people seem to have a very, very good knowledge of like the cosmos.
They do.
They say they come from I think a star constellation called Sirius B.
No, they don't. They said they come from the west.
No,
or the east.
well, that's
Sorry,
what they.
They come from the east. Sorry, was it? Yeah, I think they said they come from the east.
No.
No, I said they could have been. I said it could be a lost tribe of Egypt, but they talk about the star constellation Sirius B a lot.
Yes, they do.
They reference it, but they don't say they came from it.
I think that's where they say their ancestors or some sort of thing, or that's what they call their home. And
that's what they call home.
They do like ceremonial. They do like ceremonial dances, but it's actually the recreated events, how the Earth was formed, or certain things that's happened in the past, with planets and certain things like that. That they do that on like a literal dance, or some people look at it as a dance, but it's an actual enactment of what's happened in the sky and the planets and certain things like that. And they also talk about how the Earth was formed. They say it was two moons that collide to each other. And some of the scientists or modern day scientists, some people will say that would be the Big Bang.
Hold on. Look, yo, Born Rich. Are we allowed to play someone called Carbohydrate? And he's talking about Shabaka Stone, the Dogons, and he speaks about how they came from the east, the rivers of the east. But
He speaks about it, but you
yeah,
know, there's footage on them speaking about it. I mean, of course, it's the language is being translated.
I mean, they definitely mapped it. I'm not entirely can't really remember entirely what century, what part of time period they actually mapped it. I've obviously when they were at their peak, I can imagine. But yeah, I beg to differ. But yeah,
Okay, I mean, listen, I could very,
so I can
I
kind of
could very well be,
if I'm wrong.
I could very well be wrong, but I think the
Yeah.
most fascinating part of the doggone tribe is the fact that they come from a star system that they're able to point to, and a star system that they knew of that existed. They were able to talk about it before our scientists even knew that it existed.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm sure I made that mistake as well, and I'm gonna have to possibly watch it back for me to make such a strong counterclaim. I should probably come with a bit more information, but
Mhm.
I'm more than 50%. More than see, that's a bit shaky. No, I'm more than sure. I'm sure they come from the rivers of the east, but that's maybe not. I'm going to try and find it now just to
Okay.
reconfirm my initial thought. But
Yo, Kingo, you straight? Did we lose her?
no,
What happened? My bad, y'all. I had something going on in the background. You finish your point?
yeah. Do you want to just expand on what you were saying? To talk to them. Torah. Yeah.
Okay, well, y'all, I'm about to
Just looking for
sign
something.
out. So it was good talking to everybody tonight.
Big up,
Very
bro.
interesting group of people on the panel. And it's past my bedtime.
Big up.
Man, salute to you, sister. Hold on.
All right.
Let me cut my camera on, man. Salute to you, sister. Thank you. Thank y'all. And listen to all the people, man. This is my sister, Cola the Great, man. You're gonna see her here every Wednesday. Hopefully more than just Wednesday. But right now, every Wednesday, me and my
Right.
sister, we rock. Matter of fact, man, I don't know why I keep doing this, but YouTube family, if you got a Facebook page, search the Mr. McGee Show. You see the logo in the top half of the screen. Go to Facebook, go to your search box, search Mr. McGee Show, like that page, follow that page, follow us on Facebook. You feel me? And me and my sister will be here every Wednesday. Thank you so much, sis. If you want the people to get in touch with you on via social media, how can the people get in touch with you?
Well, just Facebook me. As of right now, I'm revamping everything because I'm about to do my own YouTube show in the near future, very, very, very near future, while I'm also doing this too. So I'm revamping everything. So as of now, just Facebook.
Facebook, what is that?
Yep.
What does that look like on Facebook?
Facebook, just go to on Facebook, go to Cola Ellis. Yeah, on Facebook.
All right, I'm gonna put that in there.
So the other couple of weeks ago, I was giving out my YouTube, but I'm not going to do that anymore because I'm revamping everything and
cool.
getting all my social media stuff lined up.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
All
cool.
right.
You know, every Wednesday, we're gonna keep y'all updated and keep y'all posted with. We'll keep y'all updated, keep y'all posted on her social media
Yep.
YouTube page. How to get in touch with it. But sister, thank you so much, man.
Big up, sis.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Man, good
Good night,
night.
sister.
Salute.
All right.
Salute to you,
Bye.
sis. Next week.
All right.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, man. So what y'all saying?
I'm gonna bring up the Dalil of the
Uh,
fact that the Dogons said they're from the rivers of the east, because I'm just one of these guys that just want to make sure that I'm right. I don't like to be wrong.
Yeah, but where is
well,
the
let's get it,
river?
King. Go. Let's see what you're talking about, bro. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Everybody that came through.
It could mean Spain.
Somebody got some crackling. Is that you, Turok?
It could mean.
Turok, what you think about the fire, boy? I got that fire behind me, man. You feel me? Look, it said fire. You hear me? That's how we feeling right now, Turok. We pissed off. Fire
Man.
all behind me, man. That's riots, man. That's what happened when you keep disrespecting our people.
You need to link up with the Aboriginal communities.
Nah, they need to. You know what, Turok? They need to link up with me.
No,
If
you
I'm
have to
being
go
honest.
there, man. Just go there, just see what the brothers and sisters are saying.
Nah, they should be linking up with me.
Oh yeah, what do any of your ancestors say you got Native American?
Nah,
You sure?
nah, they don't. Sudanese. I'm Sudanese, Turok.
Like,
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about what I'm
like,
doing, Turok. I'm Sudanese, man.
seriously?
Sudanese, man.
No, you're not.
Don't worry about it, man. I'm
Show,
not.
show
I'm
me
not.
your hand. Show me your hand.
He said, "Show me your hand." I just showed you my face. You
No,
can't
your
tell
hand, your
from my
hand.
face.
No, I can tell by your hand.
Nah, you can tell. You can. You should be able to tell by my face.
Nah, the ISUPK wouldn't talk to you.
Nah, no, I am an Israelite. No, you know why? You know why? You know why the SGPK
Definitely
fuck
would.
with me? And I
They would
say
say
this
you're
too.
Kush.
No, no, hell no. They know what I am, bro. They know
Sudan is
that
not
I'm
in
a
West
quote
Africa.
unquote. I'm a quote unquote Negro. So
Yeah, but
I'm
Sudan
from
is.
the tribe. I'm from the tribe of Jacob.
Do you know where Sudan is?
You said what?
Do you know where Sudan is?
Nah, nah, nah. I'm not. That's what the Israelites would say, that I'm from the tribe of Jacob, but my ancestors are from Sudan.
And they came to America.
Yeah.
Huh?
I know Sudanese are Hamites. I know this. I know Sudanese are Hamites. But see, the confusion is right. Were my people just saying they're from Sudanese, but were they originally from Israel? See, now that's what you have to think. Where did my father come before then? What was my father from before he was a Negro? Where did his father come before he
Let
was
me
the
see your hand.
Sudanese? So now you're going to get into that, because we know we know Israelites.
You're
We know
trolling me.
Israelites come from the four corners of the earth. We know that. So I'm saying Sudanese, but maybe that's what my great grandfather thought he was.
What do your grandparents say?
My grandparents are gonna say that they're American. They're Negroes. They're
Oh, why are you
Negroes. My
playing?
grandparents.
Why are
My
you
grandparents.
playing, man? God, blimey, mate.
My grandparents. Listen to Rock. My grandparents. Don't listen to me. My grandparents say that they're Negroes from America, right?
Yeah, but did they say they got? Be honest. Just be honest. What did they say? Have they got Cherokee?
No, they didn't say Indian. They didn't say Indian. Damn, I got my green screen up. Damn, I could have showed you a picture of my grandparents. So.
Are you sure? You sure they don't say Indian?
I don't think so. Let me be honest, Turek. I don't think so, but I can't say for sure. You feel me? Because when I look at my grandmother, I look at my grandmother and it was like, yo, my grandmother is something,
What's
something
her
else.
hair like?
Right? But it's the seed of my father. is I look at my grandfather and it's like, oh, okay. My grandfather is, in my mind, African, right?
Yeah, but what does his parents say?
I didn't get that far.
Okay.
I didn't get that far, Tara. I'm gonna be
So
honest.
what does he say though?
It was black. It was black. Negro, black American. That's just like that's the furthest that I got. But I did get that my grandfather's father was a slave. And that's on my mother's side. I don't know about my father's side if I'm honest to that. But father, my mother's grandfather was a slave.
In what
And
area?
that's like the furthest that my history goes, brother.
In what area?
South Carolina.
Okay. Well,
South
so
Carolina.
do you think you maybe because you know a lot of the slaves actually came out of the West Indies to America.
What I mean, what? So when they got to the West Indies, went to America. Where did they? Was it
So so
Virginia? Was it one of the Carolinas? Like what was?
so so 95% of the slaves what Africa, I mean, North America got came out of the Caribbean. There's only 5% of the ships actually came directly to America from Africa.
Hold on, say that again. Say it again, Tara.
It was about 95% of the slaves North America got came out of the West Indies, and it's only 5% of boats that actually left from Africa straight to North America. One could say North Carolina or
But are you
wherever.
listening to what you're saying though? Are you listening to what you're saying though, Tara?
I'm saying there's records of this.
So you're saying the people they didn't go. So you're saying the people went from Africa to the Caribbean,
I'm saying only 5% of ships only came directly from Africa to North America. The
but then
majority
they
of the majority of slaves who they got were like good Christian people or good slaves in the Caribbean.
yeah. So but the Caribbean slaves came from Africa, right?
But this is the thing, they will tell you, the Spanish will tell you, but there was already black people in these areas.
And are brilliant in other areas.
Okay,
Yeah, just to confirm, share screen.
I got you. I got you, King Go. King Go
Uh,
came back with some receipts, boy.
I mean, I've got to start doing it because I've started coming on
Yeah.
here and talking from my heart and just from the top of my head, and it's not really worked out. So I'll bring the little these times anyway.
Yeah,
But
but when you prove they're from the
this ain't
West,
to
where did
shoot
they go?
anybody's intelligence down. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
but what do you
bring
do? Where did we go
clarification.
from there?
I'm trying to bring clarification.
But where did we go from there?
You're gonna have to mute Tara.
Can you see my share screen clearly?
Yep. Hold on, let me do it like that. Hold on. Let me move it something else I can move to. My banner. There you go, Tara. You got it. The
Okay,
Dogon people.
this is one of their basic, like, well-known tales. The Dogon are an ethnic group living in Central Plateau region of Mali in West Africa, south of the Niger Bend Delta, near the city of Bandiagra and Burkina Faso. The population numbers between 400,000 and 800,000. They speak the Dogon language, which are considered to constitute to the west beyond the river Niger to tell of the Dogon, or tell of the Dogon coming from the east, or tell of the Dogon coming from the east. It's not just saying they came from a region in the east. That's a sort of blanket,
What are you
well-known
arguing
sort of
about?
statement. It's like the way they've worded it. It shows that
Yeah,
it's
but
like a
I've
it's a
already said
well-known
some people.
statement.
I already said some people could say they're a lost tribe out of Egypt. What is the problem now?
No, but you said that they came from the
I said they
planet.
could be a
I
lost
said, where did
tribe
they
out
say
of
they come
Egypt.
from? I said, where did they say they come from? You said they come from planet
I also
Serious
said
B and Serious
first.
A.
I also said first they say that they are a lost tribe out of Egypt, and I also say that they give reverence to our star system, where they might call their home planet or their ancestors, which they
Okay,
consider.
yeah, but what the
Because you
Dogons are known
asked
for?
me, because you
Listen,
asked me
listen.
for a
I'm gonna
quick,
ask you.
you
I'm
asked
gonna say
you asked me
something.
for a quick
I'm
all
gonna
around
say something to
summary.
you, Dogon, Turok. If you was to talk about
They come out the
Jamaican people,
east.
if you was to talk
They,
about
they
Jamaican
come out the east
people,
then.
you would say red, black, and green, Rastafari. When you say
No,
Dogons,
no, it's not red, black, and
listen.
green. It's red, red,
When you
yellow,
say
and gold.
Dogons, you say coming from the east.
Red,
That's what
yellow,
they're
and
known
gold.
for. Okay, so listen, red. Listen, sorry,
Red,
red,
green, and
yellow.
gold.
Yeah, red, green. But I'm just saying Caribbeans in it, or what you would. Yeah,
They also my Kalinago colors as well.
red. Sorry, excuse me, I got that wrong. That was I'm thinking red, gold, and green.
Say they
Yeah,
come out the east then. Say they come out the east.
yeah. If you say Jamaican, sorry, that was a common. That was just even worse mistake. I don't know who's worse. But when you say red, gold, and green, yeah, that's what I'm saying for Jamaica. You say that's synonymous in it. That's what they're known for, really. The Dogons are known for that term, that common term, coming from the east. I'm not trying to, I'm just
Yeah,
bringing
but
information like that,
they come from the east.
and just generally tell me maybe you just need to study a little bit more in it. It's cool.
I said there could be a lost tribe out of Egypt. What is it? Where is
Yeah,
Egypt?
but you know
Where
what
is
I'm trying to
Egypt?
say here.
Where is Egypt?
Well, if you say the Cometians, what are they known for? Building pyramids.
Where is Egypt?
No, but you're losing what you see now. You're deflecting.
I'm not saying they're Egyptians. Some people say they are a lost tribe from out of Egypt.
Okay, but when what
Okay,
the common thing is,
King Go,
look, listen. When you ask the
King
Egyptians,
Go.
where do they come from? They say they come from the waters of Nun, right? That's what their belief system is. When you say when your belief system, where do you believe you got came from? They say the waters of
Yeah.
Nun. When you say where did the Dogons come from? They say they came from the east.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that. I know you're trying to kill him with that.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying like that. But
Salute,
yeah,
salute.
just
Tell me this
want to
then.
see where he's at with his knowledge, isn't it?
Then can you go down then and tell us what is the Sirius B planet? What's that significant about?
Yeah, we want to get to that. I'm gonna get to that in a minute, man. Let me do something real quick, y'all. And I promise we'll give it. Y'all stick a pin right there. Remember, don't anybody forget what they were about to say. Right? Let's go, man. I want to watch this. I want to see this, man. Salute to my brother Kenneth Brown in the building. You feel me? My brother Vivid. I want to show him this video because I didn't show the people this video earlier. So let me share my screen. And this is a hard left turn, but we're coming back. Trust and believe. We'll get back to what you brothers are talking about. Y'all brothers can slug it out in a sausage match a little later. But let's get to this real quick. Where we going? Let's go. This is the shots from the protest that happened Saturday here in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's go. And this my brother Phil, man. Salute to my brother Phil. And I had to do this, man. Make sure that this is recorded on air. So, you know what I'm saying? So if I clip it or whatever I do. But salute to the brother Phil, man. He represents a local grassroots all black organization that's called DADS. It's a DADS, DADS, man. DADS. It's an acronym for Dads. Dads above destruction. You feel me? So, dads, man, y'all make sure y'all look out for this brother. This brother does beautiful things, man. He mentors the kids. He has an organization that takes these kids fishing, teaches them hunting, teaches them survival skills. He's fucking gets these brothers when they come out the penitentiary system. He makes sure the child support system relaxes on some of these brothers for 6 months up to a year. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna have this brother back on the program in a couple Wednesdays from now, man. But my brother Phil, and I want to salute him because that brother worked hard, man. He been working hard for the last 5 or 6 years, man. And for this brother to really get a platform right here with 30,000 people, the news, all of the media, you know what I'm saying? All of the media watching him right now. Like the whole city is watching him right here, man. And I watched this brother with this bullhorn. He got, I ain't gonna say a bullhorn, a microphone or whatever. I watched this brother push his narrative to 20 brothers in the hood and sisters. I watched him push his narrative to 50 brothers and sisters in the hood. I was at another event where he pushed his narrative to 100 brothers and sisters in the hood, man. Just telling people, telling black men, listen, if you need someone to speak to, holler at him. Holler at his people. Fuck with his organization. If you need something to do, if you're fresh out of the penitentiary or fresh out of jail and you don't want to sell dope because you don't want to wind back up behind them bars, you fuck with Brother Phil, man. And this is just a proud moment. I ain't gonna lie. Maybe I'm on my shit right now, but I just feel like I have to give Brother Phil his flowers, man. And I know eventually he's going to see this and somebody's gonna tell Brother Phil, man. But salute to Brother Phil, man. Dads, the Dads organization, man. Dads, dads above destructions, man. Because we have to understand that black men have children too. And black men have their transgressions and they fuck up and they do bullshit and they go to jail. But you have to understand that these black men, every black man that goes to jail is not a criminal. And some black men just need a spanking, and when they go to jail, they come back out and say, "Shit," you know what I mean? I have children, or I have a child. I have a baby boy. I have a baby girl. I want to get out of jail and make sure I do right by them kids. No one talks about those stories. You feel me? Like really that's my story. Shit, when I caught my charge, like bro, when I caught my charge, my son was 3 years old. My son actually asked to ride with me the day that I made the drug deal that got my ass locked up. My son cried because I said, "You know what, son? Not no, son. Daddy'll be right back." And I thought I would be right back, and then bam. Next thing you know, no, I wasn't back till fucking 2 months later. So salute to that brother, man. Salute to that brother for fucking helping these brothers when they get out of penitentiary. But man, let's show our respects, man. Let's listen to Brother Phil. Let's go.
Y'all wanna fight? It ain't time to fight.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's time to come out of these offices. It's time to get shit done. Y'all wanna fight? It ain't time to fight no more. It's time to come together. The parliament, we ain't unified in Nashville. How the hell we gonna unify somewhere else? It's time to get unified in Nashville first. All this fighting and shit over with. I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say now. Dad's against destruction on the mic. I want y'all to say Dad's against destruction. Dad's against destruction. Dad's against destruction. Dad's against destruction. Oh no.
And that's my brother. What Birdman say? I ain't gonna say no more. I ain't gonna say no more. That's my brother, man. He pushed his line, got his agenda out, man. I like it, man. Because I'm gonna tell you what's special about that to me, y'all. What's special about that is you had a whole bunch of pastors come up there and say some bullshit. You had a whole bunch of fucking politicians get up there and grab the mic and say their politically correct shit. You had different type of people. Only one kept it real is that brother and the brother from the Nation of Islam, man. You feel me? But I had to give Brother Phil his flowers. I had to give Brother Phil his flowers, man. Salute, man. I say salute to that brother. You feel me? So what y'all saying, man? What y'all saying? King Gold, T-Rock. What y'all saying, man? You ready to put the screen back
What
up?
was he
King
talking
Gold?
about?
Y'all can get back to it, bro. Like I said, that was a hard left turn, but I had to get that in, brother.
Powerful. That was powerful.
Let's get it.
What was he talking about?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So what did they say about this planet Nibiru or Sirius B?
Well, well, I mean, look. They said they came from Dogon, right? But that's what I mean, what they're synonymous with was saying they came from the rivers of the east, right?
What does that
That's
thing
what they
say on
say.
that? What does that thing say about
That's what they're
Sirius B?
synonymous with saying. But they are. There is a legend that they came from, or their original ancestors come from that one of them planets. I think Sirius B. But when you talk about them, when you actually ask them where they came from, you know what I mean, where they come from. I mean, originally where they were like their origin is a different thing to where they actually come from. They say they come from the east because the Dogons they've been misplaced out of Africa anyway. But when you talk about the Dogons, they especially always say when you present their story, they come from the rivers of the east.
Yeah, well, have you type in Dogon tribe DNA?
Well, there's myths and legends that people that come from different
Let's
places.
see if their DNA
It's not
ties into the
tangible.
east.
There's
Let's
no
see
way
if
you can
their
link them.
DNA ties into the
They can
east.
map it because they used to go out at night and they were nocturnal people. They would be up all night and sleep in the day, but that's why their eyes got so.
Let's see if these people's DNA tied into the east.
Who? Their DNA, but they've got Congolese language, and a lot of them people say that they're going to be Hebrew Israelite anyway, innit? They're
Let's
the
see what
ones
the
that say
DNA
that
says.
they're
If
Israelites.
let's see if their DNA links up with people from east part of Africa.
Let's see if their DNA matches up with people of east part of Africa. Well, they're west. They come from Mali, West Africa. So why would they?
We would definitely know then they come from the east then, innit?
No, but when they look, that's in their. That's in their. When you present their story, they say that they come from the. I mean,
So what people do they connect
I'll
to? Are
bring
they
up
just a separate people?
I'll bring up the presentation when it comes to Dogon people again, and it's all their presentation story.
So
They
what
come
other
from the rivers of the
people?
east.
So what other people do they link to?
But legend has it that they're I think it was so they practice something every 4 years, is it? Let me see. It's
Makes sense for
speak.
season.
Yeah, so where's the east? Excuse me. Let me get up the Leo
Let me
now.
know when to share the screen, Kingo. Leo, what's up,
Yeah,
my brother?
yo.
You want me to share the screen? My bad. You want me to share the screen, Kingo? Yo,
Sorry.
you want me to share the screen? Share your screen?
Well, I mean, it's something I already showed. It says to the west beyond the river Niger, or tell of the Dogons coming from the east. They speak of the Dogon languages. That look, the Dogon are ethnic. Look, I'll read it from here. Actually, this is easier to digest. The population numbers are between 400,000 to 800,000. They speak the Dogon language, which are considered to constitute to, and it stops there. I don't know why it stops there because that's throwing me to the west beyond the Niger River, or tell the Dogon coming from the east. That's their story. That's how they present themselves in it.
So do
It's
they
like
have different do they have different directions where they
I
call
don't.
north and east?
But I mean, it all depends on what they mean by the east. I haven't looked that deeply into that reason why that every time I've ever watched
So
anything on Dogons, they've always been presented to people of coming from the east. I don't know why they said the east
so
is so random.
say if you run west coast of Africa,
Yeah.
there's only gonna be basically west and east in it, and I think east will be going towards where.
Oh, are you disputing what I'm saying? Maybe you can explain it, because I haven't got that far yet to
I'm,
explain why they say
what I
that.
try to do is try and get into the minds of the people on the
Okay,
continent.
yeah.
So certain people, they might even say it's the other way around. They might say what we call North Egypt is actually South Egypt, if you know what I mean. So you have to think about, so where are they calling East and where they calling West?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming because they relocated from Mali to, the south of Central America.
To be honest,
Go on.
because they stay more in the nighttime, my mind told me they're more of the sort of Berber culture, or of the desert sort of people, because mostly the desert people move by
Or the
night.
Congolese language. I mean,
Well,
with a Niger Congo language.
yeah, but to be honest, I don't think they could even break down their real indigenous language. I think that's probably
Do you
like a
reckon it was?
trading
Do
language.
you reckon it was converted language?
It might be a trading language, maybe.
So you think they were not nomadic?
It's like if they're coming out the east, they won't really have a Niger Congo. The only way I could say is where they're probably calling east, and where they could probably calling west is different.
Maybe. I don't know why they've been held in such mystique and mysteriousness, because it's a Niger Congo language family.
And they're kind of isolated, so you know what I mean. So
It's an
it might be a
independent
group.
branch of Niger Congo language, so they're not that closely related to any other languages. You know, um,
But mind you, that would just translate to a Bantu language, isn't it?
when you look at the phenotype of these people, though, they don't they still look pretty kind of West African, that typical West African look.
You could say they look Sudanese or Cameroon or
Maybe because they do say that northern Ghana, anywhere sort of north of any type of like landmass, they always seem to be nomadic. Why? So like there's always desert north of anyway.
even the people in the south of
Yeah, I can't hear you, man. You.
I was gonna say even the people in the south of Africa are sort of the same way.
Yeah. Yeah. So what else? The Dogons were known for a good number of things, though. The Shabaka Stone as well, which they rewrote, didn't they?
Yeah, but
Was it King Shabaka? Huh?
with the geezer who I was trying to refer back to with the dog and Dr. Gilbert Blaine, what he tries to mostly look at is their calendar basically.
Say
And
it.
I
Say
think
again. Say again. Say loudly. Come to your mic.
basically I think
Okay.
the guy who I learnt this off, called Dr. Gilbert Blair, what he was mostly looking at the Dogon is basically their calendar and certain events, what they talk about. And a lot of it even could go back to maybe the Anunnakis, sort of same way. Because the Egyptians seem to have the same sort of thing where they,
What with their cycles? 5,000 year cycles.
yeah, sort of things, and Sirius, or the dog star, or star dog.
Right. So they were. Yeah. So they had GPS mapping. They knew about the magnetic field, I can imagine, on our pole systems, because they're in Serbia and Canada. So if you think about it, they went to like basically where we got our strongest pole in Canada, isn't it? So they were aware of like spirituality, and you can do certain things with that with when you're in that location, different instruments. Really interesting, man. these guys were very intelligent, bro.
I don't think so. Is it where they are? They had to hide because of
Huh? Say again. Come speak into the
area what it was in. They have to literally hide and be secluded because of the Arabian slave trade.
Yeah.
I'm about to share my screen, man. You know what y'all talking about, man. Let me share my screen. Hear my brother. Mute your mic, T-Rock. I hear a lot of static here, man. I don't know what you're doing. You robbing a train. It sounds like you're robbing a train right now, man. All right, let's get it. My brother, Sam X, man, Nation of Islam, at the rally this past Saturday. You know, let me get into it. My brother.
From the Nation of Islam.
My brother Samuel X. Let's go.
In the name of the one God, the beneficent, the merciful, the sender of all prophets, and the God of all truth, and the God of justice that we are here to be and to experience. I come here today humbly as a servant. I do not come to you as a slave. Amen. I do not come to beg permission to exist. I do not come to beg permission to breathe. I do not come to beg permission to be black in America. I do not come to beg your permission to live a free life that the God of the universe has commanded that I am, with my life, have the right to have. No one has the right to tell black people how to express their pain. No one has the right. And I have to tell you, I may say something that you may not like. Because I'm talking to us as black people, but also everyone that's in the audience, which means, of course, white people as well. And as I say this, I want you to listen to what I say with a critical ear. Because this nation, this world that we live in, is suffering from a virus. I'm not talking about COVID-19. I'm talking about the virus of white supremacy.
And that's my brother. That's my brother, but he made sure he said his bullet points. He said his words, his code words. It's, God, white supremacy. And that's my brother. I fuck with my brother. I know it. He said it. He said it. He said what needed to be said to get the people going. So let me let the brother rock on, man. Inshallah.
Unfortunately, as white people are in support, or those who are in support of our cause, many of you are asymptomatic of this through your white privilege, which you can use to your advantage. Not by being silent, but by actually enforcing your people, because it's not us that needs to make this change. It's your people who need to make this change.
Let me stop it right here. I'm going to ask you. Let me come to you. Leo, you there? I can't hear you, my brother. Am I wilding? Can y'all hear Leo?
No, I can't hear him.
You can't hear him. Can't hear you, Leo. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Leo. Jump out, drop out, jump back in. Something with the audio. Has to be something with the audio. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Tara, what do you think about that last statement, Tara? Hold on.
That needs to make this change. But by actually enforcing your people, because it's not us that needs to make this change. But by actually
Hold on.
not by being silent. Many of you are asymptomatic of this through your white privilege, which you can use to your advantage. Not by being silent, but by actually enforcing your people, because it's not us that needs to make this change. It's your people who need to make this change.
What do you think about that, man? Is it black people or white people who need to make this change? Hunter?
No, it's all sleight of hand. Black people very open, willing. I've seen when people give black people stuff, they're very thankful. They seem to be a spiritual people. A lot of them believe in God, are religious.
Yeah.
So I think that is definitely 100% based on genuine figures to crime and what we consider irrational behavior. It definitely have to be them changing, or white people changing, or powers that be. Not necessarily all white people, because then that would be putting two groups that actually don't really have beef with each other together. It's more to do with the powers that be, yeah, but it's definitely the white elite that need to change.
Yeah, okay. All right, let me play the rest of my brother. Salute to brother Sam Mix. Talk that shit, boy.
And you are best in position to make that change. I stand as a student of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, representing a nation that has been discarded by this government, been discarded by those who are in the power structure of white supremacy, who have continuously cast us to the side like the rejected stone, and looked at us as something that is of a disgrace, when we have been the voice that has been standing for our people, regardless of whatever your faith is. The Nation of Islam is here not to practice or try to preach over you some form of religion, but to get us to accept our own nature and to stand up for our existence. Or try to preach over you some form of religion, but to get us failed us. Politics has failed us. Education has failed us. Healthcare has failed us. Every system of this white supremacy structure has failed us.
All right, now let me be 100. Man. I know that sounds like so I called the rally glorified church service, but you have to understand, man, that people are listening to these things, and he's not lying. King Gold, is he lying when he says all of these systems has failed us? Is he lying, King Gold? No. Listen. Don't worry about what his ideologies are as far as religion, and don't worry about. You know what I'm saying? Don't put the personal
let me be honest.
His words and his words only.
I'll be honest.
Is he lying?
He's not lying. He's telling the truth, but he's still wrong as well. So he's right, and he's wrong, because they have all been wrong. But I would say no, he's not wrong. I think he's right 100%. But I'd say it's the worst damaging thingy that's to the black community, which is a cliche thing, but it's the black community.
What?
Well, you said all different systems have failed us, and I said the main system to fail the black community is a black community. 100%. That's regardless of the tribal wars. That's regardless of the tribal wars and the tribal differences. That's just another extra load of cackalack that's not needed.
But Kingo, when you are a prisoner of war and you're subjected, right? You're subjected to no other system besides the prison system, and that's education, economic, government, sex, relationship. Like, every system is put in place by the prison. If you're in a prison, how can you really change those systems? I think
Post
so. All of these systems have failed us because all of these systems are controlled.
post 60s, I'd say we've had a little bit more freedom. I'd say in the UK and especially no in America, especially in I say in the UK, well, just as much. But yeah, I think America's still pretty bad, man. You like got worse. So really, I can't really speak full heartedly.
This is why I say
Yeah.
we need our system in place, and we need to be the governing body. We need to be the judge and juries and things like that. It's us, nobody else. You know what I mean? Because I'll be honest, with the Afro-American and African community, we've been sort of people pick up and put down
Yo,
whenever.
can you hear him? I can't hear him.
Yeah, he's low. You low, Tara. Yeah, you low with a lot of static, man. You wildin'.
You hear me?
Wildin'.
Hear me now?
Yeah, mic check, mic.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Speak to need to put your head. Blood fire. What you doing, man? Could have been resting on like on a beanbag or something. Were you in a bar for that? Is it on top of a dinghy? The rubber dinghy.
Yeah, I don't know what you doing. Tara, yo. Nah, it ain't stream, y'all. You got a plastic cup in the stream. He said, "Hello." What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, Tara.
Is that better?
A little better, a little better. Go ahead, go ahead, my Taino brother.
Yeah, man. Basically, we need to have this society for ourselves.
Blood fire. Listen, is there like a fucking excuse me? Is there a tornado going off where you are? Where are you? I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yo,
Yo, Tara.
crackheads, skip tin can foil. Do not use it. Don't subscribe to that method or get created with it.
Tara, send the pigeon. Send the pigeon with a note on him, brother, and I put you back on the stream. Oh fuck, Tara. I don't know what you doing, man. But yeah, man. All right, Tara ain't talking about shit. Let's go to my brother Sam Max. Let him talk his shit, King Go. Let's go.
So we said we need to throw the whole damn thing away. Failed us. Every system. The government has failed us. Politics has failed us. Education has failed us. Healthcare has failed us. Every system of this white supremacy structure has failed us. So we said we need to throw the whole damn thing away. And to throw it away is not rebuilding it with the same principles. It's taking what was never there in the very beginning, which is truth, which is freedom, justice, and equality. In 1962, as I close, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had spoke on the Muslim program, which is a program that ain't just for Muslims, but a program that is for human beings who desire to serve God. And the first point he said, we want freedom. We want a full and complete freedom. Freedom is not giving us a job. Freedom is not going to a movie theater. Freedom is not sleeping in a hotel. But a full and complete freedom that we don't have to ask for permission to exist in that society. Point number two, we want justice. Equal justice under the law. We want justice applied equally to all, regardless of creed or class or color. Something that we should not have to have laws that you have to vote every so many years just so we have the right to vote. He said third, We want equality of opportunity, that which we don't have. We want equal membership in society with the best in civilized society. That program is a program that has been put forth that has not been practiced by this government. And so therefore, if we can't get freedom, if we can't get justice, and we can't get equality, he proposed the fourth point. He said that we want our people in America whose parents or grandparents were descendants from slaves to allow to be established a separate state or territory of their own, either on this continent or elsewhere. He said that we believe that our slave masters are obligated to provide such land and that the area must be fertile and minerally rich. He said that we believe that our former slave masters are obligated to maintain and supply our needs in this separate territory for the next 20 to 25 years. Because since we cannot get along with you in peace and equality, after giving you 400 years of our sweat and blood and receiving in return some of the worst treatment human beings have ever experienced, we believe that our suffering forced upon us by white America justifies our demand for a complete separation in a state or territory of our own. It's not unreasonable when you've been treating us like an illegitimate child. It's only so long for a mother that knows the cries of a child that when the baby is crying, you know that the baby, if you're a mother that loves your child, whether it needs milk, whether the baby needs to be changed, whether the baby needs to be birthed. Well, you've been pacifying us as black people like babies. And for so long, after a while, that baby don't want that pacifier. That baby will spit that pacifier up and raise all kinds of hell until you give that baby what it needs. We are not your babies that you can pacify anymore. So either you give us what is God has given us with our freedom, justice, and equality, or we are destined to take it. I greet you as I
came. Hey man, that's my brother, man. My brother.
Is he obviously a Muslim brother? Yeah, okay.
He got all his points off. I like that. He made sure he got his points off. That's dope. That is dope.
Yeah, the Muslim brothers always come through with a real talk.
That shit was dope, man. Leo, can you hear me? Yo, Leo. Can't hear you, brother. Can't hear anything, brother. I see you on the stream. I see you got your mic unmuted, brother, but I can't hear anything you saying.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Turok. I can't hear you,
Leo. Turok loves Africa just as much as me, man. So that's why he's up so late. Fucking, we're mesmerized, man.
Oh, so where are you on these African channels?
Not very far. That's how I'm like just on the surface of it, and it's fucking.
What are these African channels you're on?
Oh, I'm studying. So I'm subscribed to
Rita Maggie.
Really Maggie. So Kaaba, for Egypt. Actually, Sarah, and young Pharaoh had a good time with. Had a good time. Ancient Egypt. Compared.
Hey, Kingo, stop sharing.
Home team.
Stop sharing your screen, Kingo. Please stop sharing your screen, brother.
Oh,
please, so I can get that out the way. Thank you, brother.
Sorry. Yeah, I've been studying home teams. I've just been going on a lot of Google searches. I've read a number of books. I would like to read more because a lot of these, the books I've read have been based on wars, a lot of wars and conquests and different reigns of captains, generals, just things that kind of interested me as a kid. But mostly let me see.
So what did the Taínos sell?
Huh?
So what did the Taínos sell? Since people know that Taíno have things to sell, what did the Taíno people sell?
Okay, so it's asking me questions now. Taínos, skin pelts.
No, I'm just putting it out there in the universe. People need to go really do some research.
Skin pelts.
Because I don't know what they sell. They don't sell nothing to nobody.
Who? Taínos?
Yeah, some people said a Taino sold something, and I'm thinking, no, it's other people that sell things, but you don't call them out. And then me for taking
Take
bring
me.
back the
So
receipt.
but yeah,
No,
but I
not
thought,
you, not you,
oh,
not
okay.
you, not you. Some of them need to get them receipt and go back.
Oh, is it? Oh, all right. Uh, yeah. But I mean, was that a question about what they sold? Because, or is you just making a statement?
No, I'm just making a statement. I see in
All
the
right.
chat there
All right. All right.
some, some African wildlife hypocrites.
Yeah. I think we were talking about now the Dogon, and I think we were talking about the Shabaka Stone. Yeah, and yeah, they and the Pete and the Dogons, isn't it? I think yeah, that was it. The Dogons. Yeah, yeah. Have you? Yeah, I think we've touched on a lot of points and little facts about the Dogons. There's a lot more. I mean, but there's you can go on to different channels. Where are you getting your sources from? Who do you study from?
Mostly African American folk because I don't really hear it coming from Africans.
Well, you can get from the home team, the African. Oh, okay, what's his
Yeah,
name?
is that African American with some sort of Egyptian name, Upchuset or something?
No, said no. Let me see his name. I want to get you a reference right now. Ronu Creative.
What tribe is he from?
Igbo.
Oh,
Yeah. Gold. I'm talking gold. Ronu RONU
so we
Creative.
talked about. So does he talk about his own culture?
All of them. I mean, you're going to be on it for a good 3 weeks until you finish it. But Ronu
No.
Creative.
Makes a change.
And you know when it's come
So
from an Igbo man,
so
it's
what is he saying?
it's gonna be top notch, man. They got
What
the
is he
highest
saying?
IQs, bro.
So what is he saying?
He's I think his name's Dr. Cartel, but he explains
His name
different
is Dr.
dates and trade.
Cartel.
You know Dr. Cartel?
Like spelled like Vibes Cartel.
Yeah, it's called Dr. Yeah, Dr. Cartel.
So what is he?
No R. See,
So what is he?
Doctors.
Portuguese? Is he Portuguese or something? Afro Brazilian?
No, he's Nigerian Igbo.
So what does cartel mean in your language?
Cartel in my language.
Hmm.
Cattell. That's probably his second name, Dr. Cattell. I don't really sound.
Look what his parents' names are.
It's probably Ronu Cattell. I don't know. Maybe it could be.
See if his parents got the same name. I've noticed a
I
lot of
have
African
to be
people.
fair.
A lot of African people do actually have their people in
I
the
wouldn't
media.
say
So
it's
I have to give them that credit. Though.
it's super comprehensive. It's not like the really you know what I mean, a difficult thing
Alright,
to comprehend. You know.
type in that name and Nigeria. See if there's other people with that same name.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's Igbo, but do you know why? Because he's wearing that little red cap on top of his head, the chief cap.
I'm not saying he's not equal. I'm just saying what does cartel mean?
Okay. Yeah. Do you like? Yeah, I look into surnames.
Is it the place or the area he's from? Because I know a lot of people have that in the middle of their name. Cartel. The Benzabitan guy.
No, with no R. With no R.
Cartel.
It's Anglo-Saxon culture. So it's obviously not his name. You know, I think Nigerians know for doing that anyway. Just I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? They got a little bit of style. They got their little, huh?
Oh, so has he got his parents' name or not really, or other people?
No, do you know what I mean? He's not a
Okay.
he's just one of these YouTubers. He's a YouTuber, but you know what I mean. He's not
Okay.
got any. Oh, maybe let me see. I'll have a look. I've only I mean I haven't looked in depth into him. I just know his name and his works and what he teaches about. But I
One of
mean,
those ones, you know what I mean?
you need to check him out, brother, because he's on point. He's definitely on point. He's.
So who is he? What's his real name?
Ronu. I used to think his name's Ronu. That's definitely a Nigerian name. Ronu. Ronu.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's the only Nigerian thing about that I could see in his name, which is Ronu Creative. So, but yeah, regardless of that, I've suggest
see
people
if
check
you
him
can
out.
find his parents. See if you can find his parents.
Yeah, I'm not really too worried about his parents right now. I mean,
Yeah, but his parents are gonna have their real name in it.
I don't think it's going to be hard for me to find his second name. To be fair, that's all I mean.
Just type in parents, and they would say, "Oh, successor, this, that, and the other one." You might even find some other relatives.
Yeah, he might be quite famous actually.
Oh, it might be his showbiz name. Showbiz name. Hollywood Squares.
Nah. Anyway.
Are you sure he's even Nigerian? He might just be American. Just putting on the clubber.
You know, to be fair, I know more about African Americans details into their names and stuff as opposed to
very straightforward, straight down the line.
What's that?
I say it's very straightforward, that straight down the line sort of thing.
I mean, with his name.
No, with African American.
All right, hey, get what? It's late, family. Salute to y'all.
Yeah, I can't.
Crank the streams up. You feel me? I'll see y'all in the morning, man.
Powerful.
Peace.
I'm out of here. Peace.
Peace.
Big up.
Done that.